Hello, and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How are you all doing today?
Pretty good.
Tremendously well, thank you.
We have no Purdy. There's no Purdy, so therefore there is no Neva. But that is okay, because it's university and people disappear. Anyway,
she drank all of the family wine that she bought last night.
On a related note to what we were saying before, the stream started was extremely relatable for our audience. Joe is eating a small Colin the Caterpillar snack thing.
Yes.
My friend Jess, who Alex also knows, posted a picture on Facebook recently of the Colin the Caterpillar cake that she had in her cupboard for. So I don't know if it was her birthday, but anyway. And she opened the cupboard one day, and a mouse was in it.
Oh dear!
That was a hell of a time for the music to swell.
That sounds like student living to me.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a qualified doctor.
That's a bit more
Anyway, many things has happened, and we do have another recap, and it is another pre-recorded recap, which we are. And it's up to you with the music play through, or if you go straight.
Let's just all sit here in silence while we wait for this to end.
But the music is drowning me out. It's so loud. I need to be louder.
Herring, you can blame Alex for drowning Alex out because he's the one that made it go from 0 to 100.
Yeah, but it's good though.
I will not be the constant DJ. I will look over and I will change songs. I will not be sitting here changing 1%.
You will not be the consistent DJ, you will be the inconsistent DJ.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, we are going to, as before, you may want to turn up your headphone volumes because I don't know how loud this will come out across the thing, but it is time for episode 2 recap.
Dear Diary, it's been a hectic week already, and we've only been here for 5 days. Maeve and I arrived last Saturday and met our doormates, Carly, Samir and Cromwell. I'm not really sure what to make of them all yet. They're different from my friends back home. Carly is very intelligent, but I'm not sure he knows it yet. He's also related to a strangeling, which is awesome. Cromwell is so nice and easy to be around. I like him a lot. I'm still unsure of Samir though. There's something about him that I just can't put my finger on. We also met our neighbours, Gail. She lives with a group of girls that I cannot stand. They remind me so much of the girls back home. I just don't trust them one bit. On Sunday we explored around the city, seeing the old clock tower on the mall where we bought some wine and a bunch of other things. It was a lot of fun. Monday we toured the campus and then went to Dublin Dreams again, the famous tavern owned by the descendants of Elsie from the Strangelings. Tuesday was pretty slow. Cromwell, Carly and I went to the library in the morning to get some information on the university and our courses. And then we went off to the society fair. There's so many different societies, but of course I'm mostly interested in gymnastics, dance, Strangeling Society, Dragon Chess Club, History Club. I'm not sure if I can fit them all into my schedule, but I'm most definitely going to try. We ended the day with me beating Carly in Dragon Chess. He's actually a pretty quick learner. It's so nice to have someone intelligent to talk to. Wednesday was such a busy day. It started early. We're going to see the Palestine Benfire challenge thingy. It looks like it's a year-long competition with multiple activities ranging from finding some dragonstone thing to fighting robots in an arena. There's even an assault course section we have to do. We came up with the name on the spot, the Vey Lunatics. I love it. We decided that we might as well fill in the time before we go to see the professors. So we went and checked out the assault course in the guild hall. Maeve and Samir gave it a go, and it looks extremely complex. Maeve completely messed up at one point, falling 10 feet to the ground. Luckily Carly was around to heal her. They both got pretty tired, and Cromwell had already left to go to the Adventures Guild. About some apprenticeships, I think. So we went to check out Way's tree in Flora Square quickly. Maeve and I had the bright idea to try and climb inside the treehouse, but we kind of messed up. Maeve fell hard, and when I tried to follow her, I broke off a huge chunk of wood from the side. So we threw it away and ran to meet the professors. pretending nothing had happened. I met Professor Bregan. He teaches history and theron studies. Turns out the rumours are true. He really is a prince. As if I wasn't nervous enough about being in a classroom full of people already. My professor is a prince. Oh! I'm so excited to learn from him though, especially as he knew the strangelings. After that, I was feeling pretty exhausted and nervous, so I left to go back to the apartment to relax a bit before the others got back. Uni is definitely different to being homeschooled. Just hope I can keep up. I'm so excited for everything to happen. This is a fresh start for me. No one knows our family here. I don't have to live up to my parents' name. I can just be me for the first time ever. I'm so excited.
There we go. A wonderful episode 2 recap, lovingly written in the diary of Neva Montgomery Cartwright.
That was really clever. I like that. I like the fact you could hear the scribbling in the background as well.
Yes, just a little bit. Just a little bit. So,
I
as of
enjoyed
course
that.
we heard.
My takeaway from it, but as good as it was, is that she thinks that Grace's character is fucking stupid.
I mean, she's got an intelligence of 10 compared to.
I do. It's my favorite line of the entire thing. It's good to have someone intelligent to talk to.
But
Incredibly
Anyway,
rude.
they are sisters, aren't they? I mean, that's what sisters are like.
As was described, you are currently in the in the Great Hall of Callaway Quad, doing a Meet the Professors, whatever you'd call it, like Meet the Professors experience is what I'm going to meet and greet. You have all just met Bregan, Professor Bregan, and have just moved over to talk to, and I did have it, Jessica Twain. Jessica Twain.
Jessica Twain.
As you move over from that diary entry, which is only slightly in the future from where we currently are, Elsie, Jesus, it's done it.
You guys need to stop doing that.
Wait, Jesus,
You gotta stop.
Neva was excuses herself, saying that she is overwhelmed and wants to go back to the apartment to calm down and evidently write an entry in a diary. So I don't remember if you had already walked over. I think I ended the episode by having Jessica Twain be like, "You're right."
You did.
So effectively, you're all standing in front of. You still got the image in Discord, but I will describe again. She's a halfling, just over 3 foot tall, evidently fairly young, about all of our ages apart from him there. Dark brown eyes, fairly trim body, dark brown skin, dark brown skin, spiky wild hair, which is dyed a light blue, and wears this large swashbuckler's coat, which is currently hung on the chair over a crop top, and there's this large stone and wooden staff with spikes sort of at the top of it. Rested against the desk that she is sitting at. And as you walk over, she looks up, having obviously been writing some stuff. Nothing looks particularly interesting. There's some elven writing alongside some what appears to be runic stuff, possibly to do with spells. She looks over and says, "You're right."
Hello, Professor. My name's Cromwell. I'm going to be in your class this year for Arcane Theory.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you.
And you. I would like to immediately present myself for any apprenticeship opportunities that you might have available as well. As soon as possible, I'd like to get started, if that's okay.
Oh, well, want any apprenticeships off the front of all this, but I'm sure we can work something out if you're keen to learn a bit of extra. We tend to run some sort of like classroom helping stuff for the second, third years and that, but we'll see. Maybe not yet. Get through a couple of lessons first, just so you know what's really the sort of, content we're going through. And then I'll see what we might be able to do. I've got to be honest with you, though. Most of what I'll need doing is like marking and like paperwork stuff. Nothing too interesting.
Just opportunities to learn. I will say preferably paid opportunities due to my circumstances here.
Right.
But if there's opportunities to learn, I already made inquiries and said it was possible that I might be able to get an apprenticeship with yourself and Professor Mortharkas. Do you agree that there'd be time for that?
Time, possibly. I mean, we'll just see how your studies are going. One of the biggest issues, if you want to be paid, it comes down to funding. Like how much we can pull for our particular subjects. You're lucky. The arcane arts are quite, prominent in the university. More likely that Professor Morthargas is going to be able to get you a paid internship. But I don't know doing what. Possibly like maintenance stuff of some of the magical items, or like sorting out some classroom stuff and this and that. I don't know. But we'll talk about it. I'll pass along, see if there's anything needed.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Any questions about the course itself?
But I wanted to introduce myself as well, actually, Professor, because I'm also doing arcane theory.
Right,
I'm looking very much forward to it. No one in our family has really had magic before, and I'm quite interested in learning a bit too. Well, everything I can, really. I don't really know where to start.
Yeah, well, it'd be nice to have you around. I'm not sure if you already know, but I'm in charge of the module Making Spells. It's all about, obviously, how to create spells, how are they made, that kind of stuff. Possibly we'll be doing a little bit of making your own spells, whether they're successful or not. That's why we've got the magic training room in the university. But yeah, fun stuff. If you're looking more for like where does magic come from and sort of all the different magical schools and stuff, that's more Professor Morthargas. He's very clever with all those different things. But I do take an individual module on divination, which is obviously its own contained thing, and a little bit of spellcraft.
Could you?
So go on.
Sorry, you go, Carl.
No, I was just going to say that sounds really. I mean, I've obviously I got quite a lively interest in history and how things work, but also because I seem to have somehow been blessed with the ability to cast spells. I'm really interested in honing my skills and improving what I can do. So it sounds like what you could do to help me sounds absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's what university's for, isn't it?
Wow. Brilliant. I'm looking forward to it immensely.
Could you tell us a bit more about making our own spells? Just because I also don't really know why I can do magic, but I don't often seem to have like a great deal of control over the shape that it takes.
Yeah. Well, with making spells, obviously it's a lot of conceptual stuff, some in practice, but it's difficult to put into practice because, as you both said, you get magic comes from lots of different sources. But effectively overall, you will learn the basic building blocks of spells and sort of why they are spells, what makes them magic, how you can make stuff appear and stuff like that, and then sort of learn how different aspects of magic interact together and how you can combine those to do sort of what you want. Obviously, mostly, especially for first year, it'll be very simple stuff, nothing world-ending. But if you went into a specialization with spellcraft and that kind of stuff, you will you will mute yourself.
What?
You will mute yourself.
I don't know who you're talking to.
You will learn a lot of the more intense things that we have to be a lot more careful with. But for now, we'll just start with the building blocks, and obviously you'll learn a lot of it as we go through the actual course.
So we will in this first year be making our own spells.
Yes, although it won't be in the first term. I'm a third term only for you because it's better for you to learn more about where magic comes from and some of the basics of magic in its own right before I start to teach you how to craft it.
Okay.
I will be taking some lessons in the first 2 terms, but it will be alongside Professor Morthargas' stuff rather than taking the module myself.
Okay. And I noticed he's not here today. Do you know where we might go find him to introduce ourselves?
Oh, he's meant to be, but most likely in his office. He's not really the social kind, which I know is obviously awkward for a professor. But I mean, realistically, not that you're here for me. He's mostly here because he gets funded to do research and has to do some lecturing at the same time. But he's very clever. That's the problem. He's very, very smart. So it is useful to listen to him.
Yeah, what's he like as a teacher? Is he a good teacher?
I mean, I wouldn't say he's a bad teacher. I think overall he's a good teacher, but not very interactive. Like, if you are looking to ask questions, he will answer them, but he'll answer it and then move on. There's not a lot of waiting and holding back. If you're struggling, you may not get too much assistance from him. Obviously, there are plenty of clubs and other teachers to try and help you out with that kind of stuff. And obviously, there are mandatory office hours for you to go along and ask these questions, but he prefers to just sort of get through the stuff and you write it down, you know, and don't ask the questions.
Oh, I see. Okay, I know the kind of person.
Also very keen if you are showing initiative. You know, like if you obviously are lazing back. I mean, obviously we all like to see initiative, but if you are lazing back and obviously not trying, you won't get much from him.
Okay, I understand. I think I understand. Yes. Okay, I've met people like that back at home at the monastery, so I know the kind of person you're talking about. Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean,
not that I myself particularly like it when people are lazing back. But...
I don't think any teacher likes that, do they? Really, they'd like to feel like they're being listened to and people paying attention and actually using what they. Yes, I know what you mean. Yes. Oh, okay. That's really interesting. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this course a great deal.
Yeah, and having said all that, like, I am available to talk during my office hours, so if you do need to, don't hesitate.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Looking promising for Cromwell. He's got a +2 on initiative.
Hello. Speaking of Cromwell,
Cromwell's just a bit slow today.
Yes, he's sort of gazing into the middle distance and thinking deeply.
Oh, there he is.
Back.
Cromwell's returned.
Yeah.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're there.
It seems so.
Yeah.
I think my connection is going a little bit again. My apologies.
You may find it easier just to hide everyone else's video on your end. If you right click on us, you can disable video. You'll be able to see our face. We'll be able to see you. At the stream, we'll be able to see you.
Yeah, you can watch us on the stream instead.
Yeah, it may ease up your internet.
Oh, we'll see how that goes. It's very strange not being able to see now. I'm just gonna make my own face larger and look at that.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Mind your eye movements. Right. Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, Professor Catwain is obviously finished speaking at that point just because of that interruption, and sort of looks to you in case there's any other questions or anything like that.
Not from me. Let's just say thank you very much. And who else? I need to still talk to Savina Miz.
Savina?
I will hang back.
Well, you know.
Oh no, Joe!
That's a good question.
Unflattering freeze frame.
Oh dear.
So Cromwell hangs back a little bit as you move on to the next, and seeing as we're already here, what hanging back do you do?
I would literally just stay at the table while they walk off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As in, what are you asking as they have walked off?
Oh dear.
I'm on tenterhooks.
Every time there's any relevant information.
No, it was just I was wondering. We've had some vague instructions about it, so I was wondering if you would know from previous years. For example, the obstacle course. We've just been told that we all have to complete it. Mm-hmm. Nothing was said about doing it.
Nothing was said about doing it. Nothing was said about doing it. We don't have
without magic. That's probably where it's going.
Am I thinking along the right lines here, as far as you know?
I have no idea because you keep cutting out.
Can we all do it together and use magic to help us?
Well, I'm not involved in the
administration.
In administration of that kind of stuff. I would imagine no magic. Realistically, that's just too easy. It is a very physical side of it all. Obviously, they try to spread out the different parts of the competition, you know, between like magical stuff and intelligence stuff and some physical things. This is more the physical side, obviously. What was it? The sort of the robot fighting. That's your intelligence because it's building the robots. And then the I don't really know about this sort of treasure hunting, but I'm assuming there's a lot of like stuff that will be helpful with magic in there, and then spread out generally. So I would imagine you would have to ask either Professor De Fuego or anyone else who's involved what the actual rules are there. They will probably be outlined at some point, but I would imagine no magic on that.
Okay, thank
You're welcome.
Maisie's not been around like going to these tables because she doesn't have to. She's kind of scouting out her tables, not approaching them.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. So on topic, which tables in particular is Maisie looking for?
I mean, she's trying to watch Velka if she's here.
So Velka is here, yes.
She's watching from afar.
So I will describe this, of course, for Maisie. Maisie sees sitting behind a desk, sitting fairly straight backed, but like relaxed, like legs crossed, just looking down at some paperwork, not writing anything, just sort of like a little chin stroke, just sort of like obviously thinking a little bit. This elven female, about 5'2". You can see under the table though these like boots with very long heels, but there's certain things that stand out a lot more than others. Firstly, pure black eyes. You can't really see where those eyes are looking. You know, you assume down at these papers, but these pure black eyes are kind of unsettling. She's very fit, very muscular, as you'd expect, you know, doing all the acrobatic stuff and all that. Has paler skin where there is actually skin, but again, these arms, which are scaled all the way up to her chest, you can see a little bit on the neck, and these big claws, these dragon-like talons on her hands. Black hair, shaved on the left-hand side, long and sort of flopped over on the right-hand side. And is currently wearing sort of an open cardigan with a sweater underneath with various like spikes and leather straps sort of around, sort of halfway between Maisie style and Eva style almost. Wearing, like I said, these thigh-high, high-heeled lace boots. And you can see hanging around her neck is this necklace on which is this sort of marble-sized metal purple pendant, which you can't really see any details unless you get closer. But it's sort of just sitting there, doing a thing.
It's out of interest. So I'm just not sure, because Cal's obviously into history and so on. Would he know who Velka was?
Probably be aware. I mean, Velka doesn't come up as much in like the early history of the Strangeling stuff. There's a little bit of mention and then like a big gap, and then there's some mention. Like Velka was fairly active in the later years of the Strangelings, was active at the point when it got turned into a university, but you wouldn't know too many details about Velka. Roll me a history just to see sort of how far that extends.
History begins with an H. There is. Boing. 12.
12. Yeah, you don't really know much more than that. These scaling arms. You know, there was as before. You know, there's something happened at one point, but like with adventurers all over the world, you know, they all have scars and cuts and curses and stuff because they go on so many different quests that things happen all the time. So it's hard really to know.
I was thinking specifically if he would know whether or not she was around the same time as Flint.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you know, she's an elf, and you know she's in the Strangeling, so you would assume with some backing that she was around at the same time as
Okay.
Flint, yes.
So, but for the moment, though, Cal will be looking for Sabina Mess when May's finished.
Yes. So does Maisie not interact with?
No, she's just watching to see who else approaches the table, stuff like that. See if she seems particularly welcoming to those students.
So as you're watching, whilst these others are talking to the other ones, some other students come up. She doesn't seem like she's like really warm and welcoming, but she's definitely not pushing them away. She's answering questions. You can see a little, you know, smile on her face, not a big grin, just like a gentle smile, almost mothering in some aspects. She leans forward as they're asking questions, you know, doesn't seem disinterested. You can tell that a few of the more nervous students are a bit like disoriented by like the eyes and stuff, and like not really knowing. She seems to cope with that fairly well. Like she's used to people not knowing whether to look her in the eyes and stuff like that. So it's closer to the like welcoming side, but not Jessica Twain kind of levels of welcoming. More obvious professor-student relationship kind of thing. So Professor Mez. So you walk over to the table that says Professor Mez, theology, only the one subject, theology, and you see an Asimar. A female Asimar, obviously very tall, over 6 foot. And with Asimar, you have not been around them enough to know how old an Asimar is. I mean, their skin is basically perfect until they die. They are like that. They get some wrinkles as they grow older, but it's very hard to tell. Classic for an Asimar, these pure white glowing eyes with a very strong muscular body, a mint green skin, like a light mint green kind of skin with white hair, as do all of the Asimar have unless they dye it, with a very high ponytail that's quite long. Her halo is kind of tall, kind of like a crown. It goes across the forehead and down the sides with 2 protruding lengths up. It's got very sort of like elven style shapes to it. It doesn't go all the way around. It's sort of just at the front and fairly tall. Wearing a dress, quite a simple dress. It's like a bluish green kind of color, sort of 2 different colors over different parts of it. And seems to be just looking around the room, waiting for people to approach, And
if there's no one talking to her, I shall wander over and
yes, as you walk over, she welcomes you. Hello, it's lovely to see you. My name is Professor Mez.
Professor Mez, my name's Kaneta. I'm joining your theology course this year. I'm just thought I'd introduce myself and see if there's anything I should know before we start the course.
Well, there's nothing you have to bring to the course in itself other than your brain. If there is anything you want to look into, obviously there is the library, but you do not have to start from any particular place. We are used to having students come into theology with 0 background in the subject. There is quite a lot of subject to go through, though, so it is recommended as we move through that you do go to the library and look up some extracurricular things just to keep your brain in the right space as we go through. There are, I believe it's the most modules for any of the subjects in this year. So
I see. Are the modules like sort of about different aspects of religion, or are they about different religions?
Different aspects of religions. She sort of ruffles through a few pieces of paper and obviously looking for the actual titles of the modules, and says, well, there's 6 of them in total. We have philosophy of religion, so looking into religions, where they've come from, correct, incorrect, not necessarily coming to answers, but just sort of talking about those sorts of things and learning about what philosophers have spoken about in the past and in the current age. We'll be looking at the old gods and the new gods. I'm not sure if you're aware of the 2 different categories, I guess we could call them, of gods that we currently fall under.
Well, really, no, I'm aware of the gods, but not the old gods. I don't think I've come across that.
Well, so the new god, which god do you follow, if any?
I follow Helm.
So Helm is one of the new gods. The old gods were discovered by the Strangelings, in fact, as they were adventuring. And they are supposedly the creators of the world that we live on, and the source of our magic and all of that. We still are looking into them and trying to discover more about them, but we look into where the old gods may have come from, where the new gods have come from, and everything surrounding that, what use they are to the world, and where they fit into the world. We have a module on what is a god, what is our categorization of a god. What do we? At what point does someone go from a powerful humanoid to a god in their own right? Mm-hmm. We have religion in the modern world and how religion has changed over the past, anywhere between 100 to 2,000, 4,000 years. It has changed a lot. Celestial theory, which moves into the theory behind Asimar, for example, like myself, and where that bloodline has gone. That's more to do with the new gods, just a bit more in detail. And then, of course, we look at demons and devils, the inverse of all of our gods, and talk about do they exist? If they do exist, where are they? What are they in relation to the rest of religion and all that sort of outline.
Yes, that sounds really interesting. Really, I should look forward to that. I should look forward to. How many people are on our course? Do you know this year?
I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's around 100.
Oh, lovely. Okay, well, I shall look forward to the first lesson with great anticipation.
I look forward to seeing you.
Well, lovely to meet you. I'll let you get on then. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I shall wave and leave.
T-pose. T-pose out of there. You see a professor walk in, T-posing. It's etched.
He walks in, sees all the people, walks out.
It just goes in one door and out the other.
Yep.
Are there any other students, any of you, are going to go towards?
It's that gif of Grandpa Simpson putting his hat on the hat stand.
Yes.
Yes.
Which I recently saw the episode for.
Oh.
Bart gets a job as
Effectively,
like the receptionist for a brothel or something, right?
it's not a
That's it,
brothel;
yeah.
it's a burlesque sort of club.
Ah.
And I always thought when I saw that GIF, it was Grandpa seeing Bart and not wanting the service from Bart. It's actually Grandpa walking in, seeing Bart and not wanting Bart to know that he's walked into this burlesque club. So it's just like walks immediately out. It's funny. Anyway, yes. Are there any other professors?
If Professor Alias Preston is about, I would go and introduce myself.
Alias Preston. Yes, Alias Preston is there. You see behind a desk that says Alias Preston with divination and enchantment, a rather rare species of humanoid. I'm going to get you to roll a nature check to see if you know what they are.
Do that. I just got to find nature because it's one that I do not
It's
use.
with the N and then the A.
That is a 17.
17, yes. You are aware that Professor Preston is a hobgoblin, which is not very common around the world of Shell. They are widely known for normally taking charge of goblin hordes. For every 500 goblins, you'll have one hobgoblin. That's kind of the proportion that tends to come out. But they're rare to see. Sometimes you see hobgoblins just with society. There's no reason why they can't be. They are humanoid. They can be intelligent. There's no nothing holding them back. There is a more of, I guess, a social regularity of being in charge of goblins. Anyway, this hobgoblin is male.
Hobnoblin. Hobnoblin. I like that. Oh yes.
Is
I was about to
male,
say that hobgoblins were commonly found in kitchen stores, but it's actually better.
Yes, he's a biscuit. No, 6'4" much taller than you. Very middle-aged. Has these yellow eyes with black sclera. It's a very sort of unsettling look. Not quite as unsettling as the pure black eyes of Velka. Obviously muscular and big, as with a lot of hobgoblins. This deep red skin, long sideburns coming down, all the way down to the jaw, with the hair tied up in a bun. These long flowing robes and a cape, obviously likes comfort. It's fairly stylish in its own right, but it looks very flowy and comfortable, and is sitting there avoiding eye contact with anyone. You see some students come up. You can't hear their conversation, but they're obviously not comfortable standing in front of the professor, and it is very it's a very short conversation before they sort of awkwardly wander off. And he gets back to doing whatever he's doing, writing things, looking at things,
Very short man. I shall scuttle up to him.
You scuttle up, and he's leaning back in his chair, just looking at something. And it's evident that at first you come so little above the table with your height that he's not paying enough attention to actually see that you've approached the table. He's just sort of sitting there.
In that case, I will choose him and say, "Hello, I'm down here," into his mind.
He looks up, looks over the desk and goes, "All right, that's very rude."
I didn't want to bang on the table and make a scene. It seemed like that seemed like a worse way of getting your attention.
You could have just spoken.
I didn't want to be super interruptive, so I thought that would probably be a little bit better. I'm sorry, but thank you for telling me. Now I know, and I will ask first, probably before doing that with someone else. I wanted to say hi. I'm enrolling on your course. I was just wondering if you could tell me a little bit about it.
Which I do two courses.
Oh, enchantment.
Enchantment. All right. Scuffle through some pieces of paper, looking evidently for the right page and enchantment. All right. Well, I take two of the courses: manipulating the mind and recognition and defense. It'll be a difficult course. You'll have to be paying attention. I will not cover things twice if you're not catching up. I do have after the courses. I will not be at those. I have third years helping you out with those. I mean, it's learning enchantment. If you don't already know the outline of enchantment, then I don't know why you're here.
No, I do. I just I was more wondering about the practical aspects of the course and how much of that will we be say practicing having it done on us with these same with defending yourself from it. Like, is there going to be a lot of people doing enchantment on us?
Not a lot. You know the amount of paperwork to have spells cast on students. There's some, but mostly the defense is theoretical. Not a lot of practice, because if we had something go wrong from some student being an idiot, it looks bad on us.
Okay.
A lot of practice, enchanting things and people. We've got special mannequins and such that can be manipulated as though they were a mind of their own. But there's, a fair bit to practice, otherwise you're never going to learn it.
No, that's good. I'm glad that there are the mannequins. That was really my main pressing question. So thank you for alleviating my concerns, Professor. Very kind of you. I'll give my biggest poor boy orphan eyes.
As you put this, he looks you straight in the eyes. These black eyes, this yellow iris, just straight into yours, and you're not necessarily scared, shivering in your boots, but there's a sense of you feel very small, not just physically. You feel very small, like your intelligence and physical prowess are both being challenged at the same time, almost.
I will not. Is it a thing of staring me down, or is it just that it's just his kind of?
It's just his demeanor generally. He hasn't moved. He's just looking straight in the eyes, but there's this deadpan face. These eyes staring at you. It's through to your soul.
Okay, I will maintain eye contact with him and say, well, it's been lovely meeting you, Professor. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Good. Then I look forward to working with you. And if you have any apprenticeship opportunities, I hope that you will keep me in mind. And then I will confidently saunter away instead of scuttling.
I feel like I was going to say, do
you think it's confident?
Yes, it will be my best confident saunter.
Are you actually confident?
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, fine. Then you confidently saunter away. Because if you weren't confident, I'd make you roll a performance to see if it actually looks confident. You saunter. He doesn't seem particularly bothered. He just goes back to doing what he's doing. You see some other student come up. He just doesn't even look up at this point, and the student just awkwardly walks away.
This is Etch's best friend.
Too impressed with me to even bother with that other student.
No, I imagine this is the sort of thing where it's the from Parks and Rec. Ron is just like
Oh yeah,
his
the
best
other
friend.
Ron.
He doesn't even know the name. No, not the other Ron. It's just like the best friend I ever had. Doesn't know his name. They never spoke. They
Yeah,
just sit
I
there.
was about to say, like, they just recently celebrated their, like, 50-year anniversary of their friendship by sitting on their own in separate rooms.
Any other teachers?
Which totally isn't what we're doing, but hey.
I think Macy will actually approach Velka.
So you approach Valka.
Sorry,
As
can
you
I
get
just-
closer, give me a perception roll.
As this is happening, Carl would watch closely because he's thinking about coming out and having a word with Velka too, and he wants to see how this goes. He'll sort of be looking at throwing the notice boards nearby, with sort of trying to sort of be in the area without being obvious.
So the perception roll of a 5. As you walk over to Velka, I guess what would you see? Let me take a little peek at the things you would see.
Nothing. 'Cause it's a
Nothing.
fuck.
She's disappeared.
As I walk up, one person walks in
There.
front of me, and then she's gone.
Disappears. As you walk up, there's only one extra thing that you can see. This necklace around her, or sort of a pendant on a necklace around her neck, marble-sized metal purple pendant, which has the design of dragon scales etched into it.
Oh no, Alex! No!
And as you walk over, she doesn't really look up, and you get quite close to the table, sort of awkwardly standing there. I'm assuming sort of very awkwardly looking. Do you want me to give you a second on that one?
Yeah, hold
I'm very
on.
confused. What's happening?
The challenge, the little dragon orbs with scales.
Yes.
Fuck!
Oh,
She's got the firm.
That's why it's all
God.
fucking semester. Holy shit. Okay.
Hang on,
Fuck.
sorry. Who, I missed. Who?
Velka. Velka.
Who?
Velka. Professor Dezin.
we supposed to say Velcro enough times.
Velka
Velka.
is wearing one of the dragon orbs around her neck.
Okay, cool.
Wait. Yeah, the amethyst one, I'm assuming, because it's purple.
And as you walk over, you get quite close. I'm assuming you're standing quite awkwardly, sort of like, not really knowing. Are you trying to show off confidence? Or...
Oh, I'm trying to show off confidence. Yeah, the whole like
Then-
watching her
then
beforehand
give me
was
a
like,
performance.
Emphasis
Give me a
on try.
performance. Yeah, give me a
Yeah.
performance. Let's see how well you're giving off confidence.
I'm a bassist. I don't know if you know this. 15.
15, that's not too bad. You wander up, get kind of close, a little awkwardly, and without even looking up from a particular thing, she just says, "I was wondering when you'd decide to wander over to my table," and does look up at you, like looks you straight in the eyes, these black, voidless sort of, black, void, soulless eyes, just staring straight at you. It's quite intimidating, and just looks up with this very slightly mothering, slightly caring, but also at the same time very sassy kind of face. Who's just like, "You've been standing over there for, what, 20 minutes staring at me?"
I suppose I've just been trying to figure out how to approach. I'm
What
going
a-
to be completely honest with you. I don't know what I want out of this university, so I'm just trying to take part in what I'm best at and go from there.
You are not alone in students having absolutely no idea what they want to do. I'll tell you a little secret. I'm 505. I still have no idea what I want to do with my life.
That helps a little bit. I guess I wanted to ask, from I'm in both your movement theory and fuck, I'm on the wrong tab. Movement theory and subterfuge classes. What kind of directions can I go with those two?
Well, movement theory. Movement theory is all about learning. I mean, as much as it's obviously in the name, learning how to move. Which sounds, I know, as someone who is, able to walk, like almost an arbitrary subject, but you'd be surprised how little you know about your body and how to use it in combat or just in general any kind of environment. The modules, acrobatics, advantages of speed, flow and momentum, reaching the unreachable. You can see it sort of hits those ends of what can you do with your body? What are your limitations? Have you lied to yourself about your limitations and where can you use those? Obviously, that goes along my subterfuge side of things of learning how to best be quiet, how to best sneak through here, through there. Not that I recommend you use that for any kind of thievery, but it is useful to know, especially if you are looking to be an adventurer in the future. Plenty of occasions I've had to sneak in and out of places, in and around, and try not to die, that sort of stuff. Subterfuge, I take 3 of the modules for that. I should say it's only 3 of them. I take Hidden Tactics, Deceit in Use, and Escapism. There's Professor De Fuego, who will be taking Counter Subterfuge and Using the Shadows. We work together a fair bit. We take each other's classes every now and again. We work very closely together, talk to each other about our students and how best to fit the educational program to them as much as we can with a large basis. But you'll be going through lots of different theories alongside practical lessons about, well, realistically, how to nick things. Not that you should, but the best sort of stuff that would come into that, and deceiving people, hiding in plain sight, all those sorts of things.
Like it'll be very useful.
Depends on what you want to do with your life. I mean, you say you don't know what you want to do. That's perfectly fine. I mean, there's plenty of people who get a degree from the university, then either don't use it or move on to do something completely different. But,
Alex, do you really have to call me out like this? I mean, this just seems a bit unnecessary.
Macy's whole deal here is a huge call-out post for Simon.
It's been 3 years leading up to this moment, Simon.
Yeah. Been writing
This
Macy
is an
for 3 years.
intervention.
I've been planning this for 3 years.
He says, yeah, plenty of things. This whole time, by the way, this amulet sort of like swinging left and right, jingling around. It's
Trying
glinting in
so
the light
hard
every now
not
and
to look.
again.
After first recognizing what it is, she's trying so hard not to look at it.
It's very much it's very much a my eyes are up here situation.
Alright, I guess I'm going to be trying my best, of course, but what the hell? Where'd that
I
accent
would
go?
hope so. You know this, it's fine.
Happens to your sister all the time. It's fine.
I didn't even introduce myself. My name's Macy. Nice to meet you.
It's lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you. I would expect no less than for you to try your best. If you're not trying your best, then why try at all?
Exactly. Why even be here? I have one more question for you. That's the amethyst sphere, isn't it?
The what?
The necklace, the amethyst.
Oh, the necklace. I mean, it looks like it, doesn't it?
How great would it be? How great would it be if she's just working with the guy who puts on it and has just a fake?
No idea.
I was about to say, what if all of the professors happen to have one that looks exactly the same?
Yeah.
Just reach out my hand and shake her hand and say, "Nice to meet you."
She puts out her hand, this clawed hand, obviously goes for the handshake, and it's cold. It's weird because you'd expect maybe like a warm blood, but there's like some sort of weird magical effect of cold-blooded hand as these claws wrap around your hand, gently, of course, and just gives you a gentle shake and says, well, I look forward to working with you.
You as well. Walk away. Mentally freaking out that my subterfuge professor has necklace on. Shit. Okay.
Somewhere elsewhere in the university, as Maisie says, if you're not trying your best, why are you here at all? Samir's like, shit, why am I here?
Oh, okay.
When Maisie moves away, assuming there's nobody else around, Cal will go over to Vilka.
Yeah. She, same as before, walks over and says, hello, lovely to meet you. I am Professor Dzin.
Professor Dzin, my name is Kare Ta.
You're struggling with that one?
I was actually I stumbled because I suddenly thought I forgot the accent. You suddenly wasn't Welsh anymore. You see, you suddenly yes.
It's just in the presence of Velkadazin, you just everything. You lose everything.
She's an accent void.
My name is Kalita. I'm not actually on your courses. I'm starting this year. That Maisie you're just speaking to is a roommate. But the reason I came to say hello and introduce myself, I hope I'm not intruding. I'm sure you've got lots of people to talk to. Is actually because one of my relations, one of my, I would say ancestor, but cousins, I suppose, was Flichintar, who I think you knew. You might have known him as Flint, possibly.
I knew Flint.
And I just, he flamed out before I was born, so I don't really know many people who've spoken to him. My uncle knew him quite well. My father pretends he did, but actually he only met him a couple of times and he was less than 1 year old. And I just wondered if you knew him, what was he actually like? I know if you don't answer, if it's a long time ago or whatever, it's fine. But
well, it was a long time ago. I was young. That was, gosh, over 400 years ago now. I was equivocally about your age. Flint. I never really interacted too much with him. Towards the beginning of what I would say was our sort of adventuring journey, he was around, and I was still learning from Professor Vasvayas, effectively a father figure. Still these days, but how things change over 400 years. Flint was kind, hot-headed, a little irrational sometimes, almost annoying at some points. I mean, I mostly avoided those conversations, but I mostly avoided conversations with everyone. But I mean, with age comes wisdom, and he definitely had a good heart. I'm not really sure what happened. I ended up being benched for a little while because of sort of gestures to our arms, because of, certain issues.
I can see you've had some exciting times.
Yeah. In that time, he left to go back home, I think it was, and then he turned into he went from like the tall, dark-skinned, I don't even know what he was, to like a halfling, and then left again. Yeah, everyone thought he was dead. Yeah, he pretended he was dead to everyone in Lesdwin, and then came back not being dead, and then I think he went into the fire plane or whatever. No, they're not planes, I know, it's all fucking, if Zagath was alive, he'd have one at me. I don't know, he sort of went there and then maybe came back. I think Etch was saying something about him coming back and then being made of fire and all that. We had intentions to go and see him, but didn't.
Yeah, I know it is. No, yes, I mean, I know the end of his story. I said, well, yeah, you're right. He did. He went to the far realm, to where apparently he came from in the first place, and then he came back. And he lived in Leswin as a fire spirit for quite a long time, actually, helping out. But he did eventually flame out a long time ago now. But yeah, that's really interesting to hear. Thank you. I mean, back home, he's people look at him through a bit of a filter, if you like, rose-tinted filter. It's nice to talk to people who have a different viewpoint, So anyway, thank you. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
I am obligated to be here for at least an hour, so you're not taking up too much of my time.
Well, that's very kind of you to say so. Would I have recognised the fact that she's wearing this? Obviously, I know Maisie.
Yeah, you'd have seen it as well. Like up close, it's fairly obviously there.
Okay. Yeah, I can't help but notice you're wearing one of the Dragon Balls. It looks like it anyway, on that necklace around your neck. Is that from the competition there?
Dragon Ball.
I don't know. Might
be.
It could be. It does look kind of like that would be described, doesn't it?
It does look very similar indeed. I just wondered. I mean, obviously, well, I mean, if you wanted to let me have it, of course, that'd be lovely. But I suspect that's probably not as easy as that. But I wonder if you had any guidance on how one might. Obviously, I know it's a competition, but any guidance would be gratefully received, and how one might obtain it.
I mean, props for asking. You are the first of what must be 200 students to actually just ask.
Well, I thought, you don't ask, you don't get, do you?
Exactly. No, you don't get either way.
I thought not, but it's worth a try. I mean, I felt like I went now, and if somebody had come up after me and said, "Can I have it, please?" and you'd said yes, I would have felt like
yeah. In terms of advice, I think it takes away part of the fun if I tell you how to do everything.
No, I think that's true. I just okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know, just you never know. As I say, if you don't ask, you don't find out, do you? That's my motto. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll be talking to you again during the course of my time here. But thank you for your time. It's been most enlightening. Thank you. And I hope you have a successful year.
Thank you.
There's something so funny to me about if you don't ask, you don't get. No, you don't.
You still don't get it. It's just I'm also going to be a smartass about it. Alex, did you miss playing Valka?
Valka's great.
I was really waiting for you to, because there's the bit where you said like with age comes wisdom, and I was waiting for you to be like, and Edge is really old, like really wise, very wise.
Like he's practically knocking on death's door.
He's just super
as
wise.
sassy as she is, she knows the boundaries between students and professors.
But she does swear in front of them.
Oh, obviously.
Well, yeah, she's Falcon.
They're 18 minimum, 17 minimum. I don't swear words by now.
Oh, I mean, Cal is 30-something.
After speaking...
I doesn't really count, but you know.
After speaking to Velka, Macy would go over to Cromwell and say, "Some of the teachers may be carrying my subterfuge professor has one of the orbs."
Okay, great. Did you ask her how we kind of claim them?
I mean, it kind of seems like you have to take them from them while they're not looking, or...
While you're talking, Cal will come over.
You want to steal something that your subterfuge professor is wearing around her neck without her noticing?
Oh, you saw it all, did you? Yes.
Yeah.
It seems like if you could do that, you wouldn't need to take her class.
I did ask her.
That's where the challenge is.
I asked if she could let me have it, but she said no.
Did you say please?
Yes, I did actually. Yeah, and I also asked if she had any ideas about how to get it, but
she didn't set you like a task? No,
she didn't say anything. No riddles or anything. No, nothing like that.
What would be the point of the challenge if they just gave it to you if you asked nicely?
That might be the challenge. Go up to a scary-looking professor and say, "Can I have your necklace, please?"
What is the necklace made of? Did you see?
No idea.
Is it string? Is it cord? Is it chain?
You would have seen it looks, just from like the cursory look, kind of like a leather band, but you don't know for sure if it was or not.
Looks to be some kind of fabric, leather maybe.
Okay.
But should we go around and see if the other professors have them, or...
Well, from where I'm standing, I just glanced around at the professors. Can I see anybody else wearing anything similar?
There's a lot of distance between you and a lot of the professors.
Well, the closest ones to me, wherever they happen to be.
But the closest ones, give me a perception.
Perception.
Everyone else can join in on that if they wish.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, at the end of this conversation, Mace is going to like walk the road, just peeking.
Just 11.
18.
Give me a perception anyway, Greg, for that walk around.
Ooh, 19.
Ooh.
You can... Simon, does Samir want to?
He's up there, is he?
Samir's like somewhere else.
He's up there!
Someone else, as in like mentally, or...
Oh, no,
he's actually visibly not there.
He probably turned up and was like, that's a boring.
Well, then we'll get to Samir in a second. You can confidently say that none of the other professors have, or at least the ones that are there, have
orbs.
The same sort of orb. They have jewels and various things, jewelry on them, but none of them have the same kind of like dragon scale pattern. They don't look the same.
And we know both Ashwell, Morthagus, and Etch are not here right now.
Yes. There's a few that wouldn't be there, possibly. Well, I say like 4, maybe. Like, most of them are there. It seems fairly contractual, but you get the feeling, especially those intelligent among you, that give an intelligent conversation to Neva, not the dumb ones that don't give that intelligent conversation to Neva, get the idea that they probably, the ones that aren't around probably have a bit more swing in the university than the ones who are.
Yeah.
Also known as tenure.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
Well, I've seen all my professors. Anybody else want to see anybody else?
I mean, I have one other professor that I could talk to, but I don't really feel a need.
Who's the other?
Quinn
Gernthal.
Gernthal, yeah.
You also haven't seen Professor De Fuego.
Oh, that's right.
True.
We met him earlier, though, right?
Yeah, we met him, though.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Was that
Was he not the one who we did the sign up with?
No, that was, I can't remember the name, but that was not De Fuego. He said that Professor De Fuego
was involved.
But you have not met Professor De Fuego. Trying to find the name. Scroll. There you go. Professor Hathus was the one that you had the thing from.
Okay.
I'll give you a lowdown on the look.
Yeah, I guess I'll talk to Quinn Gernthal first, at least.
Quinn. There you are. Quinn Gernthal. Actually, as well, I can probably pass across some images of those that you were speaking to.
Yeah.
So let me just quickly grab those images.
Anyone else seeing Alex in Tailspire and getting a little nervous?
I was checking things out. So there's one of Velka who I've obviously seen before, but I will still pass across to you. And who was the other one that you...
Quinn Gernthal and
Savina.
The enchantment guy.
Professor Miss.
Preston.
Yes, and Preston. So that's Velka, Professor Miz, and then Professor Preston. In the chat for you there.
I'm going to be arguing with Professor Preston.
I'm going to antagonize him.
Quinn Gernthal.
You already have.
Quinn Gernthal. There you are. Sitting behind a desk that says Quinn Gernthal and psychology, just the one subject, is an elf, female, sort of average height, low 5 foot. Is an elf, so you are unaware of, like, young elf, but you don't know the age. Has these turquoise, light blue eyes, very fit body, pale skin, blonde, long hair, semi-plaited at the back, wearing a dress, flowy. It's a nice light colours of yellows and blues, and the sort of sitting, legs crossed. Oopsie daisy, just smacked the microphone. Legs crossed, with his high heels, just seemingly looking around the room, not necessarily daydreaming, but possibly in her own world. You don't really know. There's the little image of her.
Screen this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Those high heels look incredibly
Uncomfortable.
impractical and painful.
Yeah.
Right.
Beauty is pain.
Professor?
For some, pain is beauty.
And I am very painful.
You walk over and she just looks up, has like a pen in her hand. It's like, hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm Macy. I'm taking a
Stands
psychology
up.
class.
The first of all of them to actually stand up. It doesn't get much height on you except for the heels giving a lot, and sort of puts out a fairly loose handshake. One of those handshakes it's nice, but it's kind of very,
but it's like
a little pinch that's like
little clammy and just like
clammy, not clammy. In fact, extremely soft skin, like ridiculously soft skin. And then says, "It's lovely to meet you. I am Professor Gernthal. I take psychology."
What can I expect to be learning in your class this semester?
Well, if I bring up the right document. We have 4 different modules. The outline of our subject is the scientific study of the human mind and the humanoid mind and its functions, especially those affecting behavior in a given context. And we'll be focusing on applications of psychology for enchantment against humanoids. The modules outlined are social and cognitive development, introduction to social and differential psychology, neural basis of vision and action, and then language and communication.
Okay.
The look on your face is like dropping, like, oh no.
Well, I'll be honest, I signed up for this class because I get these really bad migraines and I wanted to try to understand how or why to either help them or make them stop.
Usually people go to the doctor for migraines rather than university. But I am happy to help how I can and hopefully help understand the cause of these migraines.
It's mostly the side effects. I swear sometimes I hear surrounding people, but I have no idea who. It's like echoes.
Well, excuse me, sorry, secret messages.
Wow.
She says,
wow.
Wow. Mr. Wilson.
He just in the corner, his own Wilson. Like, wow.
Peeks out from under the table.
Except he's a beach ball.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
sure.
Sometimes I think about riding a jet ski.
Volleyball.
Wow.
She says, well, it is entirely possible that you hear the thoughts of others. There are many telepaths, empaths around the world whose magic can come from lots of different sources. I would be interested to explore this. If, once the courses have started, if you come to me in my office hours, we may be able to talk more in person about this and maybe refine, or if you are not a fan of these, stop these voices and discover whether they are other people or if they are influenced from either a internal mental source or possibly celestial or infernal source.
All right. Yeah. I'll visit you during the semester. Thank you.
Do you know my office hours?
Not yet. I thought that would be handed out in the beginning of the semester, but I'll take them here as well.
It will be. You can find me in my office Tuesdays, 11 o'clock, Wednesdays, 3 o'clock, or Thursdays at 4 o'clock.
11 a.m. Tuesdays?
Yes. I do not work that late.
Okay. 3 p.m. on Wednesday and what on Thursday?
On Thursday, 4 o'clock.
Thursday.
Thursday.
Alright, thank you. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Please don't make fun of my speech impediment. Just can't say S's.
Bear with me uno secundo. You're welcome to chat as characters for a second.
Who's getting the secret message?
I have 2 questions that are not in character, but
Okay.
Out of character. But I'd be interested to for Alex. But I'd be interested to know, before Alex gives us the answer, which one you guys think it is. So these professors at university, do we think this is working off the UK model, where professor is like tip top of the academic ladder, like you have been in your field for 40 years and you are like best of the best, and you've been several positions at university before professor? Or do we think this is working off the American model, where you can be any fucking guy teaching something just at a university and you're a professor?
Have you seen the entire rest of the way that Alex has laid out the university? It's the UK method.
It's the UK method. It's going to be you. These are the typically top of the tree guys.
There are way too many acronyms for it to be the American method. Like, look at these schedules. It's fucking maddening.
Or it's the UK interpretation of the American system.
Yeah. I tried to put some American influence into it so I can understand it better, and
I would love the answer.
Absolutely not.
It is based upon the British system, but it does have aspects of the American system, likely. Like, it is mostly the British system, but it has things like you are taking 3 subjects that you will push forward as like minors and majors, rather than a singular subject the whole way through. But it's mostly, yeah, that sort of British way forwards. Two things. One, I will give you the quick description of your other professor, Greg, who's called Renazan de Fuego. I'm trying to find in my list here. I mean, I don't have many. Okay, so the final professor that you have sitting at a desk is evidently a tiefling female, about 5'6", sort of middle 5 foot, young-ish, 30s probably. You'd know fairly well from seeing a lot of tieflings. Has these red devil-esque eyes, slit eyes, a very fit body, as you'd expect for someone who does a lot of athletic stuff, deep red skin. Most interestingly, a mohawk made literally of fire, wearing these leathers with all sorts of metal parts and Aztec-esque designs. Aztec, so to say, as people not like in-game. Aztec doesn't exist. Sort of sitting there, you can see these sort of muscles bumping and this flickering flame on her head as she's just looking around, obviously taking a lot of information in.
I will approach just because they look cool as fuck. Do you have a mini?
Do I have them? Do you think of all the things that I give you guys, I just randomly wouldn't have one?
I feel like there may be one or two that you forget to make just because you're doing so much. It's just
a photo of Alex from when he was 17. Photoshopped so his skin is red.
There you go. I mean, the mini's obviously not going to do it because it's what Hero Forge can give, but and as you walk over, she's like, hello?
Nice to meet you, I'm Maisie. I'll be in your subterfuge class.
Lovely to meet you, Maisie. I am Professor De Fuego. It will be good to see you in my class. You can see that it only says subterfuge alongside her name.
You have given me your name. You fail. Try again.
I saw your approach, therefore you failed. Is there any questions I can answer for you?
Well, I spoke to Professor Denzine a little bit, and she said that you teach 2 of the modules in subterfuge. Can you just tell me a little more about them?
I can do my best. I, of course, take counter-subterfuge and using the shadows. This is mostly from my own experience. In the world, I did a lot of adventuring. Obviously, hung up that hat. And now teach people to use it for good, hopefully. It's not always the way, but, if you take my information and then use it for bad, I will hunt you down and then take you down.
Fair enough. Thanks for the warning. Do you have any advice on what kind of workplaces that would benefit from this kind of teaching?
Well, workplaces, not so much. Adventuring, quite a lot. You could find, if you were with a important figure of some kind, like the king or counselor, sometimes they like to have someone who can be sneaky, finding the information. Sometimes adventuring, you need it, of course, to get in places, take things, give things. I know some people like to take this approach of taking from the rich and giving to the poor. Not necessarily legal, but still useful. There are a few places, mostly in combatant situations, or avoiding the combat.
Thank you. One other question. How is your mohawk flaming? That's cool as hell.
My mohawk is flaming? It is natural hair.
That's
you
really
have
cool.
not seen this with tieflings. You are tiefling yourself.
I have not. Nobody in my family, no.
Oh, it is something you can do if you concentrate hard enough.
Okay, I'm going to be trying that for the next however long I'm in classes. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Right, lovely to meet you.
I enjoyed that one of the first things we heard this woman say is, I hung up that hat. And presumably, out of everyone that we've met so far, she struggles to wear hats at all.
As Maisie walks away from the stand, she's concentrating really hard on trying to make her hair light on fire.
I was just, yeah. This professor has just guaranteed that one of her students is not going to absorb any information in any of her classes.
As you are walking back towards the rest of the group. Everybody give me perception rolls. I like some perception rolls.
I also, I'm not sure what it is that we're looking for here, but I'd like to be keeping an eye out for two things as this has been happening, if that's alright. I want to keep an eye on just Velka to see if anyone gets the necklace from her. But I also just want to keep an eye out for any of Gail's flatmates or the people from over the hall to see if they turn up and who they go and speak to. So I don't know if you want to be a separate roll or whatever, but for this perception roll, that is like an 11 again.
Okay, this perception first with that. So 11, give me others. Obviously not you, Greg.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Samir?
He's not there.
Oh,
He's not there.
I thought you were still in the room. Samir, just
I think he would have just kind of slunk off to the side.
yeah. So you're still in the room. So give me a perception roll as you're looking at the rest of your
10.
friends.
I think it was 10.
The 20, then. You see as Maisie comes back towards you, you could just swear you could see just little like sparks or like cinder ashes just sort of off the top of her head. Just like the tiniest little bits in her hair. I imagine immediately you think that her hair is somehow setting on fire, which would be a worry. But as she gets closer, there is no fire, so maybe you're just like staring at her hair or something. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Are you all right?
I'm trying to make my hair set on fire.
Oh, I see. Well, that's amazing. I just saw a couple of sparks.
It's working? Oh, shit.
Well, not at the moment, but well, look, can I just suggest if you're going to do that? Yeah, no. If you're going to do that and it does work, you don't know if it's going to hurt you. So I would suggest you have something to sort of put it out, just in case. You know, like a cloth or some water, just in case your head sets on fire. Just a thought, you know.
That would require some forward thinking.
I can help you with that when we get back to the flat. I can set your hair on fire if you want. If that's something you're trying to do.
No, my professor over there said that that tieflings can just like think real hard and have their hair be fire. So
yes,
like
that's great, but I would still recommend just in case having something to put it out, just because if it turns out a little warmer than you thought.
The professor seems fine.
I can do that as well. Like I can put out a fire if we do that flat.
Oh, that's okay. As long as it's just be careful, because I wouldn't like you to hurt.
Do you think that means if you really scared her, her hair would go out?
It's the fucking
Thinking about it all the time.
Hercules rules where it's entirely dependent on emotional state.
It's
The more and more chilled out she gets, the more it's just a mullet.
Yeah. so it's Hercules. It's Hades from Hercules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wasn't listening. That may have been said, but I was just.
That's what
I just said. Yeah.
I think that's what I was confirming rather than pointing out. You know. Okay, Samir, as you're sulking, and I don't have another one in the corner. Are you looking around the room? Are you in your own world? What are you? What is your action?
Yeah,
would be?
I think he's just kind of
lurking,
slightly kind of dozing, slightly, lazily looking around the room a bit.
Mm-hmm. As you are doing that, you hear a voice to the right of you. You weren't paying enough attention to hear them approach, who just says, Samir Maristus?
Yeah.
You look to your side, you see a human male, probably about the same height as you, 6'2", early 30s probably, so older than you, with these brown sort of hazel eyes, almost like twinkling in the, not actually twinkling, but like, twinkling in the light. Very big and muscular, kind of like you, but with age, just like a slightly more muscular than you, with this smart sort of swept back hair, wearing a fairly nice sort of jacket, leather, and these sort of jeans. It's not the sort of greaser leather jacket, it's more dull, more sports jacket than leather jacket. And as you confirm, you say, yeah, he says, lovely to meet you. I am Professor Longwin. I have been told to look out for you.
Oh, great.
I had a lovely conversation with your father.
Of course you did.
And I just want you to know that I am here in case you need to talk. And any extra help is on offer. I know you are in some of my classes, so I'm available office hours, and if you need extra help, we can work something out within my schedule.
I should have known. That was way easier than. Of course. Well, thanks, I guess. Won't be needing any help, but...
I know sometimes it's easier to just imagine that you can get through university without any help, but I'm just saying, if things do get difficult, it is not something to be ashamed of in any way, shape, or form. We all learn at different speeds, and I would rather get you through your course at least first year, and then we'll work on the rest, than you struggle and fall out.
Can you ask my dad to get rid of this problem I've got?
Apologies, I don't know what problem you're referring to. If this is a mental health problem of some kind, I'm not allowed to talk about this with you or sort of these sorts of details unless you really do want to talk to me about it, but I have not been informed prior if there is anything.
Oh, okay. No worries then.
Okay, well, if you do want to talk, obviously, I am available.
I don't, but thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you to your day. Are you here alone?
No, with my housemates.
Okay, well, it's good to know that you're making some good friends. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot in the future, through class and otherwise.
He specifically did not say he was here with his good friends.
He did not say it.
As soon as you described them, I knew that was the long wind.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
He puts out his hand. He puts out his hand to shake yours.
Just look at it.
He gives the extra second of like a, come on.
and then I'll shake it.
You shake the hand. He's got a firm grip, and I'm sure you have too. It's not quite the, Alien, or was it Predator, where they, grip strong, muscles on show, but, it's a fairly good handshake, and he just leaves you to your piece. He walks over to in fact, actually, he walks over to...
Samir tried to, do the slightly intimidating hand squeeze, and just,
nothing.
No, nothing. Yeah. Just may as well be squeezing a rock.
Yeah.
He walks over to Velka's desk, and they just start chatting. There was the final thing you did. You wanted to do a couple of the perception rolls to see, firstly, if Velka's necklace gets stolen, and...
Yes, I was just saying if either someone took it off her, if she gave it to someone, or if any of the people from either the flat opposite or the people in Gale's flat had turned up to speak to her.
In terms of people turning up, no, none of them turn up. But in terms of the necklace, I said but as if something was going to happen. No, it doesn't get stolen. Either of those. It's gone!
Already? Fuck. That's going to be the one that nobody gets until the very end.
I don't know what Maisie tries.
Instantaneously.
I remember what my other question was from earlier, Alex, that was out of game. The guy, the professor who told us about, these are the 3 challenges, this is how it's structured over the year, etc. I think that he said, you've got to bring them to me. It wasn't, you've got to find them, and just find them, was it?
He did say you got to take them to either him or to Professor.
Yeah, because I was going to say, if I've misremembered that, and it's just you've got to find them, sorted. Step 1, done.
Did you say you got to take them to Professor De Fuego?
Professor De Fuego or to...
Or himself.
So if we could get Velka to go over and say hello to Professor De Fuego,
yes.
does that count?
That must count.
No, because we have to bring them.
Yeah, but if we take her over and say, there you go.
You guys know that's not going to work. It's clever, but you know it's not going to work.
It's not clever, it's smart ass.
I don't know why that
This is Naruto, this is the first Naruto episode where they have to try to steal the bell off of Kakashi, and they just get their ass kicked for 3 months straight. That's what this is.
Yeah.
I've never seen Naruto, so I don't know.
Well, listen.
It's the opposite of the Chunin exam, where they have to sit the written paper, and 3 of them pass by earnestly doing the exam, and then like 95% of them realize that the exam is fiendishly difficult for a reason, and you're supposed to steal the answers off somebody else. It's the opposite of that.
Yeah. Just do the thing. You're going to get your ass kicked, but just do the thing.
Julie!
See, what have I got in my inventory that allows you to steal necklaces of incredibly powerful people?
We still have 5 more to find.
I've got a pen.
And now we know they are, at least one of them is necklace size, so...
True.
Anyways, is there anything else that you want to do in this room? As you all sort of collect back at the entrance.
No, I think I'm done.
No, cool.
I kind of want to go steal the necklace. I was just in front of everybody, but I feel like that's a really bad idea.
I wouldn't do that because she did see me watching her for like 20 minutes while I was like over here and like definitely out of her peripheral vision. So she knows she'll see it coming for sure.
Do you think she can see through illusions?
I think that she was a very, very powerful and accomplished adventurer hundreds of years before we were born. So, you know, I can't imagine it's going to be particularly easy to take.
She's kind of like in her prime now, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, I mean, so you know, it could be a challenge to sort of just pop, unless she's in a good mood, of course. I mean, you could try ask her. You might do better than I did.
Maybe I'll just try to be her best student, and then win it off her that way.
You could,
or maybe she'll take a nap at some point, and I'll just.
You could try and like win it in something like small stakes. So you'd be like, "Oh, if I do really well in this test, can I have your necklace?" And then
say no.
And then she can say no, but she might be like, I like your spirit, kid.
Well, that's what I was hoping was going to happen when I asked her. It didn't work. So.
Dreams.
Out of character, I totally thought that was going to work, by the way. I was like, no one's going to have asked her for it, and so therefore...
I don't think
when Greg walked away and didn't ask, I was like, no!
I was thinking it's either going to be incredibly difficult to do, or, knowing Alex, it's just like he's going to assume that no one's actually going to bother asking for it.
Well, or the answer changes depending on whether we did or did not.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Probably, yeah. If we hadn't asked, that would be it.
I'm just getting the vibe that nothing here is going to be simple. It may be straightforward, but it's not going to be simple.
If it was simple, we wouldn't have a campaign.
Exactly. Well, exactly. Yes. Exactly. Well, not a very long one, anyway.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, Alex, you are simple, correct? Yes.
Anyway, so
it's okay. We can say Alex said it first.
Yeah.
So yes, you collect up outside of the Great Hall. It is literally...
You're a Great Hall.
It's like 3 p.m. It's like afternoon. Now this is the first time, now that you've gone through all this information, I will happily allow you to sort of dictate the time skip. I'm not going to force you to be like, and this evening what do you do? And tomorrow what do you do? I have a thing that I can do in the meantime at some point, but you have until the next thing kind of happens that you are aware of. You have until Friday morning, 8 a.m., where this course confirmation sign and thing happens that you might not even be going to. So until the end of the week, Sunday, is there anything you guys particularly focus on trying to do? Places that you go, people you speak to, back to the mall, exploring the town.
There's one thing, actually.
Yes.
And that is, from time to time, while we sort of have time to kill, Cal would occasionally go and see if Etch's shop is open, because he's interested to say hello to Etch at some point.
So what day do you plan on going back to the mall?
I think what he'd probably do, he's keen to see him, but he wouldn't go every day. We're on Wednesday, aren't we?
You're currently on Wednesday, yes.
Let me get my calendar up. Here we go. We're going on Wednesday, so we'd probably go again this afternoon. 2 o'clock, sometime after lunch, and maybe on Friday, but we wouldn't do Thursday as well. Oh, you said Friday morning we're going to, aren't we? So just this afternoon, then, Wednesday afternoon.
Okay, so Wednesday afternoon, Carly proposes to the group that, or should I say, announces to the group that they are going to be going to the mall. Well, I imagine you, I'm going out to the mall.
Does he say it like, let's go to the mall? And then music starts to play about.
He kneels down and produces 5 boxes with engagement rings.
We
are now a polycule.
With Carly them all, does anybody join them?
Would
staying
Cromwell think that it is too soon to go back to see if the magic shop has reopened?
I don't know. I feel like I can't tell you.
Well, just because I know that the people in the perfume shop next door gave a rough time frame of when they were expecting it to be open, but I can't quite remember when that was. How long?
I mean,
that
they
was.
vaguely said maybe a week or so, but they weren't aware at all. They didn't even really know what happened.
Yeah, I'll come with just to see if it's open, but I'll not go into.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'll come with. Why not?
Okay. So there's the 2. Anyone else?
Mace's staying behind playing bass.
I'm staying behind.
Okay. Split the party. Love it. I open up Tailspire.
We're level 1. We don't know to not split the party yet. We don't know. We gotta learn.
So you head over to the mall. The mall. So you're going over to the
I've got a mall that's made of metal and wood.
You're a great mole.
Thanks.
You go over to the mall, and you're heading over to the blacksmith, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
And as before, you see the same half-orc who I don't think I ever wrote down the name of. Big muscles, these tiny little glasses, working away on some blade of some kind or another, heating up the blade, doing this and that. As before, doesn't really pay attention to you. Do you go in and say hello, or?
Yeah, just step inside and say...
You step inside and...
Afternoon.
And he looks over like, oh, all right. How you doing? Nice to see you again.
Oh,
Sorry,
fine,
don't remember your names.
Oh, I'm Cal. This is Cromwell over here. Yeah, just popping by. I wondered if Etch was around. I wouldn't mind saying hello to him, but if he's not, it's not a problem, of course.
Great. Would Etch be popping around anytime soon?
I think he would, because you know that everybody would be on campus probably looking to speak to him if they're a student.
So he's currently
he
avoiding
would
that.
be.
He is elsewhere.
So he pauses for a second and goes, no, I don't think he's around anytime soon. Can you roll some insights?
Insight.
He's totally telling the truth.
24.
14.
14. Yeah, oh well, Etch ain't here. You're not really paying attention anyway. 24. I mean, he's not a great liar, is he? I know. I don't think he's around. No next be around, really. He's not here.
Oh, that's a shame. If you speak a bit louder. If he was around, I'd be interested to see him because I think he used to know my old cousin Flint.
I don't know why you're shouting, but I maybe I don't know.
I say he used to know my cousin Flint.
I heard you the first time.
Cal, you're being very rude right now. That's a bit uncalled for.
I'm paying attention to the door to the other room.
Is there any movement?
Yeah, you'll hear a and very slow. I'll open the door.
The door opens and then this orc in front of you goes, "Oh mate, would you look at that? It looks like he is actually in at the moment.
What's this guy's name? I don't remember his name.
How does Cromwell react?
He must
to Flint coming
Anton.
out.
His name is Anton.
Not Flint. Not Flint.
Anton, you're a shitty liar.
Cromwell would actually take a step back and move very slightly behind Cal.
So you come out and say, Anton, you're a terrible liar. He goes, I tried, sir. You told me to tell him you weren't in when people come along. I've been working on the blade. It's looking all right. The damage was minimal, but you know what these strong blades are like. It's hard to get it worked out again.
That's fine. You kids, university students?
That's right, Mr. Vesfias.
My
name's. I know I'm not one of your students actually. I'm more on the magical side of things. I really wanted to just first of all introduce myself, but also as I said, or sorry, I don't know if you overheard. Possibly, I was perhaps talking a little louder than I should. But I'm a relative of Flichintar, who used to be known as Flint, and I was really interested. I mean, I spoke to gosh, I forgot her surname. What's Velka's surname?
Dinsen or something like that.
Dinsen.
I had it out a minute ago.
Dinsen.
Adele Dazeem.
I was speaking to Professor Dinsen a little earlier today, because where I come from, so Flint was I suppose you can call him my sort of first cousin once removed. And where I come from in Elizabeth, he's sort of revered, as good a word as any. And I'm just, I'd like to know what he was really like. I've been brought up with these stories, but I'd have to talk to some people who knew him a bit better in the world, I don't want to intrude, though. Obviously, I know you're a busy man.
To cut in a second, do you want to describe how Etch looks these days? So how old is Etch? 900.
He must be getting on a bit.
How many years has it been?
423.
Then he is. Yeah, he's. Oh my god. Like 890 something, I think, or like just past 900.
It's about 900. So you guys all know the elves. When they reach 900, they will live somewhere between 900 to 1,000 years. 1,000 is like above 100 for humans. Like it's old, and it's the age where that sort of immortal look starts to fade. The wrinkles set in, the hair grays, those sorts of things. So how does Etch look? Wonderfully after another 400 years of life.
I'm looking for the mini because I have one. There he is. Okay, hold on.
I'll be honest, I don't really remember what Etch looked like in C2.
Where's the button?
Etch was a thin-looking elf, very pale. Very pale face. And on the stream now, you can see it's basically Etch, except has a walking stick, a hunch, a bit paler probably, wrinkles on the forehead, crow's eyes, like a lot of wrinkles cutting in, maybe a little bit of stubble, like an unkempt stubble rather than stylish. And the hair
it's a very imagine oh god, what's his name? Guy that plays Greg House.
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, but longer.
Hugh Laurie is real tall.
A long boy.
Yeah, but not just tall, but long, because his facial structure is very long and slim in the jaw. But yeah, he's got his old man aesthetic of sweater and khakis and shoes that he's probably bought the same pair of for 400 years. His cane is very fancy, though. You can tell it's something of the higher quality stuff that they kept in the back the last time you visited. His ears are a little droopy, and he's got like that reddish auburn hair, but there's gray peeking through now.
Is he obviously carrying any weapons?
Probably insight that.
No, just as in like
not obvious.
Or okay,
nothing obvious. No,
just the cane.
It's the cane. That's
yeah.
So no, yes.
Yeah, I was napping. You're not bothering me. I just don't like to be. There's a lot of people that want to speak to me, so I try to be selective.
Well, I can imagine you're quite a famous. I don't know whether to call you man or elf. I mean, you're famous anyway. Throughout the whole of Gel, so you saved the world pretty much. You must have a lot of fans out there.
Yeah, some of them are more overzealous than you seem to be. But Flint was a good friend. Yeah, it was. He was a good man. But he was hot-headed. He had a lot to learn when we first met, but I think he lived his life the way he wanted to, and he left his mark in a good way.
That's certainly true.
He's definitely not as holier than thou as they see him over in Lesduin nowadays, but He was just a good man.
That's pretty much the sort of conclusion I was coming to. I mean, you hear the stories back home, and you'd think he was, walking on water before breakfast every day. But my father's is for want of a better word, he's a great fan. My uncle knew him a bit better, but both of them only really knew him in the latter part of his life, but before he went off adventuring,
We'll say
So,
if you want him to be a little more humanized, he had awful taste in tea. God awful.
I didn't know that. I don't think he ever made tea.
He tried awful concoctions. Just, I'm not sure he ever really learned what good tea actually was.
As far as I remember, when he was... I mean, obviously, I never met him. My father was a baby when he died, but he used to say he used to drink coffee, as far as I remember. So that's perhaps he learned his lesson, I don't know. That's an interesting thing. Although, actually, now you think about it, he did mention...
Oh, no. That's pulling out Flint's old book.
I'm sure I saw something
You
in
had
the
to
old
mention the
family
tea, didn't
notes
you, Greg?
somewhere.
We thought we'd escaped.
Cups of tea.
No.
You can't escape.
Oh, I can't find it. I'm sure I had somewhere with some notes written down somewhere. Here we go. Oh yes,
I thought it was very
parsley, sage, and bacon juice. I saw that written down somewhere, and I was never quite sure what it was. You telling me that was tea?
That was, yes. Oh, that was one of the worst ones, along with the fish.
And this, I saw violet and lavender.
That one was pretty
So,
good. That one was
And
pretty
that's-
good.
And yes, that was all I used to do for it.
The more we traveled, the more unhinged it got, honestly.
Oh yes, I think I cabbage and fish tea as one of them. Rose hip and mackerel.
That was the
Are you telling me
one. Yep.
these? Are you telling me these were all kinds of tea? I
Yep.
always thought these were some kind of spell ingredients or something. No
I
wonder
wish
they
they
never
were.
did anything.
May as well have been.
Good gracious me!
Spell for
Chamomile, rose hip, and bacon juice. Well, you've certainly given me something to think about.
Don't tell anyone back home that they will try to make it a thing. I guarantee it.
No, I'll keep that between ourselves if you don't mind.
Yes.
That's quite interesting, actually. It sort of humanizes him a bit. All right. I know he wasn't human, but you know what I mean.
It was definitely not perfect.
Oh, that's really interesting.
What about your friend behind you there?
Oh, this is Cromwell. Come, wait a minute. What are you doing, Cromwell? Come on, just say hello.
Come out from behind you a little bit and go, Hi, I'm Cromwell. I am not related to Flint. I'm also on the magic side, but not. I'm not one of your students either. Sorry about that. I'm sure your course is very interesting. It's just not quite my area that I want to do.
I don't let many people into my course, honestly. So
Okay, well that's great. That's fine.
it's honestly better. I trust you more not trying to be one of my students.
I did toy with the idea, but I thought it sounded a bit not quite in my area. But yeah. It sounded very interesting, mind you. But
It is
quite.
very dangerous.
yes, I heard that. So I think you'd have to be a strong mind to control that. As always, obviously you have. I'm not sure about myself, so best not to mess where you don't understand, eh?
Yeah, that's a lot of the backbone of these courses. Yes.
But I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I just thought I'd introduce myself, say hello. It's very kind of you to give us some time. Perhaps I'll see you around. We'll be here for a few years, of course, so I'll hopefully pop back occasionally if you don't mind, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Yeah. It's nice to talk about an old friend.
Could I ask you about the just one question about the strange things, if that's okay? Or about, I guess, if you were a strange thing. I didn't know all that much about them until kind of recently, and it kind of seems like I read some stuff in a book about them, and it all seems very high and mighty and powerful. But were you saying about humanizing Flint a little bit? I just wondered if with them being this kind of really powerful group of adventurers, if you had to say that they had almost a weakness, if something that made them a bit more real, what would that be? because everything that I hear about them is just, they did all this great works of magic, and they owned these dining establishments, and they started all this, that, and the other. And I just wondered if there was something that was a bit more flawed that you'd be willing to share.
The truth is, yes, they were all very powerful, but they worked all their lives to get there. At the end of the day, they were just people with a lot of power. They were not gods. They weren't walking around flaunting it. They were troubled. They had their own reasons for being there. And I think they just kind of found themselves in this situation as the only people that could help in the end. I don't think any of them particularly wanted it. Not like they were destined heroes or anything like that.
It's really interesting. You wouldn't know it where they hear them talking back in lesbian. That's yeah, it's an interesting insight. Thank you.
And I think on an individual level, it's easier to talk about people's flaws, but as a group, they were just one powerful entity. They made up for each other's flaws in that way.
So teamwork.
They weren't destined heroes aside from Elsie, who was literally chosen and resurrected by an old god. Which I would personally count as slightly destined. Just a little bit.
The only one that was chosen, yeah.
That's me.
Well, thank you for sharing that. It's interesting to know that they weren't quite what everyone kind of reveres them as.
Well, I don't think any hero is all good, are they? So there's always a person inside there somewhere. So, but it's good to it's an honor to speak to somebody who was actually part of it and was there when it all happened. It really is. I think I feel very lucky to have had the opportunity.
Well, I'm here for at least a few more years, decades, probably. So,
I certainly hope so. Yes, absolutely.
As long as you don't try to get me to talk about like the big revered stuff like they picture them as it. Like, if you want real talk, I'm happy to do that. I'm just not.
Well, that's what I. No. That's. I mean, if I want to know about the sort of what should we say, the public image, as it were, I can always go to the library and look at a book.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you. That's very kind of you. That's really interesting. So I won't take any more of your time for now, but I'm sure we'll hopefully meet again in the next months and years. So yeah, thank you.
No problem. We'll hobble back into his other room.
And now, what's the his assistant called?
Anton.
Thanks, Anton. I understand why you were trying to sort of protect your employer from us. And
I wouldn't say I was protecting. I mean, I know you haven't seen him, but he may look old and frail, but I wouldn't want to take him.
I didn't mean in that way. I'm sure he could close both eyes, go to sleep, and still beat me with one toe. But what I meant was he must get fed up of people coming and talking to him all the time. So I appreciate why you sort of try and keep people away. But
is it still there, or is he hobbling off?
No, he's hobbled off.
He's hobbled off. Then he sort of leans and he goes, "Well, I think he was done with people about 300 years ago." You know.
I think if I'd been in this situation, I'm sure I'd be feeling exactly the same.
I don't know. You live so old as an elf. Some people dream of living forever, but it seems like you just watch a lot of people die.
Well, my family are elves. Half of my family.
I mean, it sounds lovely being an elf, though. Like overall.
No, I was going to agree with you actually, because you sort of. I've watched, my uncle, for example. He's been around for hundreds of years, but he seems to have sort of, I suppose, stopped his. I don't know. You develop up to a point, and unless you go out there in the world and do stuff, you sort of stop developing, and you just sort of coast. You either coast for 5 years if you're a human, or 500 years if you're an elf. So it doesn't seem to make much difference to me. I'll tell you what. I'll come back in 200 years and tell you.
I'll be dead.
Well, you never know.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'll be dead.
It'll get better.
Oh, strangely.
It works for strangely, so you never know.
Ed's just bringing back his workers so he doesn't have to do more interviews.
Doesn't have to pay his pension.
I retire. No, you don't.
Yeah, okay, well, lovely to meet you. I'll probably pop by again at some point. But, yes, I'll see you around.
You can sleep when you're dead, which will be never.
I shall
Looking
head
for an
back
necromancer.
to
You can't sleep when you're dead.
head back via a sandwich shop to get some lunch back to the uni.
Well, as you're walking,
I was just going to say, I'll just pop by the magic shop to see if that has reopened or have a sign to say when it will be.
Still boarded up. You can see that, like, possibly some people have been here. Like, things look a little moved around. Still boarded up. You can't really see inside unless you're like clawed at one of the little panels of wood or whatever. But nothing. There hasn't really been any progress on that before.
You see that
but as
sign
you
that
are...
says closed until you're a higher level.
You see, as you're going back through town on the way back from the mall, assuming you are going back.
Yes. Assuming Cromwell's going the same way.
You are fairly obviously approached, just the two of you standing there, very obviously approached by this human man in his late 50s. This, I promise you this isn't an offense, this speckled grey hair and this bushy beard. And these lines appearing on his worn face. It's sorry. He's wearing this sort of smart shirt and trouser combo that seems to have had better days, with small old stains and sort of loose threads here and there, some of which have possibly been caught, some of which are, extending out. And as he approaches, he gives this kind smile, but on like a resting sad face. A little wave, and he speaks up, but he hunched over a little, just says, "Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but do you think you would be able to help me with something?"
Fireball! I can't do fireball.
He explodes.
Westover. He explodes.
Luckily, I can't do
He's
fireball.
probably about 5 foot in height, but he's hunched over with a little bit of age and probably work. So he's actually getting closer down towards your Cromwell's height than up towards Carle's height.
Do you know, I've forgotten how tall Carl is.
I will not say anything, and I will just look up towards Cal to see what his
Cal would sort of say,
instinct is.
I would say, "Oh yeah, hello. What's the problem? How can we help?"
Well, it's only a small thing, but I've just been having the worst luck with exterminators recently. I've hired a few, but they keep going down to the basement and then refusing the job, and I really don't know why. Sorry, where are my manners? My name is Elmer Bestel. I own the Corner Crumb, the small cafe in the mall.
Hang on, I got to write his name down.
Trouble with exterminators, so you're approaching people in the mall to do the job? You must be incredibly desperate.
Well, you see, you both look more proficient, possibly from the university.
Elmer, what's his name? Elmer Fudd. Elmer.
Elmer episode villain.
Elmer Bestel.
Bestel,
yeah.
Bestel needs exterminators.
Elmer Bestel consults some qualified exterminators.
What exactly were your exterminators trying to exterminate?
Well, I've had to shut down temporarily because rats got into the basement, and now they're eating all the food, and I just can't get rid of them. Please, can you rid them? I'll pay 5 gold pieces each, maybe, and a hot sandwich too.
Well, I mean, I'm willing to try, but I'm not quite sure. I can try.
When do you need this doing by? We might have a couple other people who would be interested.
Well, I'm happy to wait. Sooner rather than later, they are taking the stock and making it hard for me to be able to continue the business. If it keeps going like this, I will eventually shut down.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If you wait at your shop, we'll head back. We'll speak to our associates, and if they're interested, we'll come back with them. Cal, if they're not interested, I guess we'll come back together.
Well, thank you, young man. It's very kind of you.
So could you just tell us where your shop is? Then we'll hope
In
you
the
back in.
mall, first floor near the back,
Fair
the
enough.
corner crumb.
Corner
And-
crumb.
I think it would be fair, since you've had some trouble securing people to do this, a fee of 7 gold per person. It seems only right given the magnitude of the challenge.
Oh, I'm sorry, I must have misspoke. I did not mean 5 gold per person. I cannot afford this.
You did say 5 gold per person.
I did not mean to.
Well,
It would
that's
be 5
unfortunate.
gold for the job.
I do. If he needs help, I don't see why we shouldn't help him.
I mean, you'd be aware that 5 gold is a lot of money. Like, 5 gold is, like, for some people, 2 weeks worth of pay. Like, people doing fairly well for themselves will get 10 gold a month.
I mean, really,
Like,
let's-
it's not like a small amount, but it's not huge either.
I mean, I'm just happy to help. If he needs help, I don't see why we shouldn't help him. Helm says, "Help those who need it, and help will come to you when you need it."
Yeah, but my wallet also needs help, Cal. I'm not in a position to be doing labour for free, unfortunately.
But I tell you what, you
It's
can have
not
my
for
share.
free, it's 5 gold for the job.
You can have my share, right?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Okay, well, we'll go get the others and see see what they say. And we'll come back and let you know either way.
How far away from the Halls residence are we?
10-15 minute walk. You're between the mall and the halls. So.
But if they're at home, we should be back within the hour, I should hope.
Okay, it's very kind.
So we'll head back.
He shuffles off, sort of moving about like a third of the speed that you would be walking.
See you later. Right, we'll head back to the the dorm room then, if that's okay.
Yes, you go back to the dorm room. Is there anything other than playing bass that Smear and Maisie have been doing?
I think at some point Smear would, knock on Maisie's door and then bang on Maisie's door and then just open the door because clearly Maisie isn't going to hear him. Maisie? Maisie? Maisie?
What? Oh, what's up?
I just wondered if you wanted to go and train on the assault course again at some point. Maybe.
Sure, yeah.
Cool.
Like now or tomorrow or
Yeah, we could do. Don't know. Just
how about first thing tomorrow? And by first thing I mean like 12 p.m.
yeah.
I have a feeling we'll be needed here soon, so
Yeah.
maybe we'll go tomorrow.
What are those feelings?
Yeah.
My my butt crack senses the tingle.
I think you need to wash better.
Ugh.
No, it's just the chaos. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How did you know the name of the beanbag?
Oh god.
So eventually,
As you were talking, you hear the front door to the.
well, I was going to say, as you were talking, that eventually you hear the front door clunk open and a couple of pairs of feet stomping in. And as you are there and ready to explain the wonderful person that you have just met, take a break for a break. We'll take a break for 10
break.
minutes.
I'll take a break.
And
Okay.
possibly a
break.
break as well.
Righty ho. Let's
Cool.
take a break.
Let's take a break.
See you in a bit.
Let's take a break.
You have to take a
See you in
break.
a bit indeed.
Bye.
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 kind of thing, or like a Steam Workshop and stuff like that, where you can put your own stuff on and then in. But yeah.
It makes sense to do that.
Sorry, what now?
We're talking about being able to import things into Tailspire and how they currently cannot, but it'd be cool if they could in the future.
Yeah.
What food did you bring in there, Greg? It looked like a plate of hot dogs, but I just assume that it is not a plate of hot dogs.
They're mozzarella sticks.
Oh, great choice.
Thank you. They're a great snack D&D food. They're perfect.
Mozzie sticks are great, but I always find I have to eat them quickly because I don't like cold Mozzie sticks when it is no longer melted mozzarella.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean some of them are just bad, and they are bad when they're cooled. Some of them, like these ones, aren't that bad because the breading is like not like that deep fried crap that just ends up being bad.
There is no grey area between a good mozzarella stick and a bad mozzarella stick. Like the McDonald's mozzarella sticks, bad.
Never had them. Like, I can't imagine they good.
They have them at McDonald's?
In England, I'm not sure about them.
I haven't been to McDonald's since I was 16, so
I don't know if it's a thing in the States, but at least in the UK, there is like a rotating thing of like cheese bites that they do, where it changes like every few months or so. And some of them are excellent. Like they do a really great like nacho cheese bite, and they had some recently that were like kind of like jalapeno poppers, but just like a little bit spicy cheese, deep fried. But the ones that they've got at the moment are like a garlic and herb one. They suck, and it's very similar to the mozzarella stick, and they're just rubbish. Right, I am in Tailspire. I need to click on this small begin button.
Yeah, Alex needs to send us a thing.
I need a join ID.
I think is Tailspire the one that I don't have and costs like £20?
Oh yes, someone else should start a stream for that rather than me if my connection is.
I don't know how much Tailspire is at the moment. It is currently.
My monthly rent is about to go up by about £100, so I can't really afford any extra stuff.
£100,
£20.
Yep,
that is a lot.
Because I'm moving out of my shoebox at the end of July. Oh,
I see.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you're up, going up.
I'm moving. It's not just increasing. Yeah. Okay.
I thought you were saying that you're just the rent for where you are is going up by 100.
No.
Is Tailspire the one we do? That's where I found it. Updating Steam. That's good.
Alex, you do need to send us a thing the first time that we.
No.
You were saying you don't know if you need to send us a thing. So.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying I know.
Mark, were you wearing your headphones over the break and listening in?
Was I? No, not mostly.
You were typing. It sounded like you were typing into Google to find out whether you were.
I wearing my headphones?
Steam has decided I need to put my password in. So launch games. I don't update it. Just do it. No, I wasn't. No.
Mute yourself whilst you complain, and we can start these.
No, I'm answering the question. No, I wasn't. Why?
Because secrets were being said.
Yeah, just in case you had overheard something that you weren't meant to overhear.
No, I didn't because I wasn't there.
I am in, Alex.
You're in, Alex?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Very moist.
What?
Begin. Join campaign. Enter ID. This is all coming together like a smooth, well-oiled performer.
Cool.
You guys should be able to place your...
Join.
Can somebody start a stream or?
I don't know how to do that.
Be done that.
Hero Forge. Oh, look at what I can bring in.
It's me.
I can't share two screens, so someone else has to.
I don't know if we should risk my connection for me.
It's gonna have to be Dad because if I do it, you'll see DM stuff.
Oh no!
So, I have to do what I wasn't listening. I was just being impressed by the fact I'm on my own. I'm here.
Can you share your screen on Discord, please?
Can I share my screen on Discord?
Doc, can you place me?
Can I?
Oh, wait, can I place me?
And subsequently, because you're going to be pedantic, may you also?
In fact, actually, because you've just done them, I can do it.
How do I place myself?
There you go. I've done it because I am.
Oh, thank you. Because I can link it. It wouldn't let me put myself down.
Do you want me to
stop?
Do you want me to stop sharing my screen then?
No, you need to share your screen, yes. Because
I am
needs to be able to see the game.
You'll see me wandering around in a random manner.
Although, surely.
This is the first time I'm actually seeing you guys as Hero Forgers.
I was going to say, surely you could just watch the Glimmer stream, but yeah.
Ah, there we go.
I do have a hero forge. I don't.
My purple isn't there.
Why not?
Well, so you need to have it connected to the game to be able to put it in the game. It's more where I was going. So I shall find one before we start. You are humanoid. What's the best one here? Some amusing figures. Let's go with. Yeah, that'll do.
Is
Not the
that
right weapons,
Link? Oh, it's not Link. She's got green hair.
Yeah.
It looks like Link.
How?
Because the green hair looks like the green hat.
She doesn't have a green top though.
Yeah, it looks
Is
like the
that
hair
from-
poking out.
Is that from those famous games, The Legend of Link?
Yeah, the Legend of Link.
Yeah, is that Zelda?
Breath of the Zelda.
And Flood.
What?
Well,
Breath of the Zelda
Ah!
and Blood. Oh,
Actually, yeah, that's fine. I can breathe underwater. I don't mind that.
Is that,
when you
is
were
that
early,
just
when
a default button? Instead of flip the table, it's flood the map.
Oh yeah, you can't flip the table anymore. Okay, so
he says
I'm
gleefully,
just go.
when you were describing the old man, and he said, "Oh, it's in the basement on the first floor," it's like, so it's on the ground floor, and then I was like, "No, it's American."
I cannot interact with anything, Alex.
You
that
won't be able
perfect?
to now.
Okay.
You're interacting with us.
If you want to interact with your player, I can set.
yeah,
what
please
is it,
just
Jan?
assign them to us.
Oh, see, I can do, but like, we'll be on a different board.
Will you have to reassign us, or will the assignment stay?
I don't know.
Worth a
I
try.
am hoping.
Oh, is
Oops.
this our flat?
Okay.
Yes, I haven't filled in all of the rooms because I
Aw.
just haven't had, put it low on the priority list. But
That's cute.
So I tried to open the door and it now says Kalatal.
I'm going to give permission for all of you to be able to
Kalatar
move.
would like to open a thing.
I've opened the door.
Okay, we're going to start the stream and we can fiddle with this later. This was just getting things.
I
in.
chimed in.
Oh, actually, no. I won't do that because we haven't started the stream yet. So carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the thing. Let's Julie do the thing.
Julie, do the countdown.
Will you do the thing with me forever?
All of
So cute.
what the hell? All of the music in the Calm playlist has disappeared.
Oh no, control.
Oh,
Z.
cause I typed W
I was
up
just
there.
searching.
What if I?
Yeah, so you have. There.
It's still
It's
not.
all-
It's just gone.
Hmm.
Oh. I do.
Are you in the, are you, I can't really see. Are you in the wrong?
No, you can't undo it.
Are you in the wrong directory?
No.
That is upsetting.
I mean, I would offer
Alex can,
helpful
just,
suggestions
Alex
if
can
I had
sing
to
his
say.
music throughout the.
No, that's actually there. The Rising Sun is there on the left, so that's okay.
It's just gone. I reloaded the playlist and it's just gone.
But the Rising Sun's on the left there, and the
Can you reload the playlist?
I literally just said that I tried to do that and it didn't work.
I don't know, because you can. I don't know if you saved them as their own playlists.
I did, and I just tried to reload it and it didn't work.
you're on files, not playlists. Does that make any difference?
This thing on the left-hand side has nothing to do with it.
No, the extreme left. It says you're on files instead of playlists.
I know.
It's a separate
It doesn't have anything.
Okay, fine. As long as you know, I know nothing about this piece of software. So
It's
Being in this map rather than like the big theatre-y map that we're in for the Fae thing makes me feel much more like I'm playing The Sims. And it has been many a year since I played The Sims.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
there.
Oh, how good.
Okay.
Wait, is it back now?
Yeah, it's back now.
I was just taking a little holiday.
Yeah, it was just a little. It's fine.
computers,
Okay.
they never catch on.
All right. 3, 2. Wait.
It was making like action disappearing because people wanted it.
3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing today after the break? What of a break that we've had, and eat some food.
Well, I've not had food, but I have had half of a mug of green tea.
Nice, Putty still unfortunately not with us.
Yes, sadly.
Colin's children.
I'm drinking another coffee, and
Oh,
I'm not.
I don't think Purdy would say unfortunately for not being here. She made it
yeah,
very
well, she's
clear
at a
that she would die for the download festival.
So, before the break, a nice quick one again. Obviously, we can't do the pre-recorded ones before the breaks, but before the break, you all were in the Meet the Professors in the Great Hall in Callaway Quad, talking to various professors that will be teaching you your courses throughout the year. Some of the communications were good, some of them were bad, but most notably, one of the professors' hair is literally made of fire. That is Professor De Fuego.
That was the most notable thing?
Yep.
Second, I mean, it's quite notable. Secondly, it appears, whether it is true, real or not, you do not know, but it appears that Professor Dinzen has one of the dragon orbs that you're meant to be finding around her neck. Once you had spoken to all of these, you left, and later that afternoon moved over to the mall. Some of you moved to the mall. Carly and Cromwell went to the mall to talk to, hopefully, Professor Vasvayas, Etch, our old friend from the second campaign. Having been badly lied to by the worker there, Anton, who was trying to cover, they eventually spoke with Professor Vasvayas. It's weird referring to them all by the second name. I haven't really done it.
Yeah.
Professor Vasvas, who outlines some of the more human, or should I say humanoid aspects of the Strangelings and expressed his dislike for the overly heroic and flared up information given about him and all of the rest of the old Strangelings before it was disbanded. On the way back, you went past an old man who was, can you please help me? The name being Elmer Bestel, saying that his cafe, the Corner Crumb, has a rat problem, that every exterminator that's gone down there has refused the job down in the basement. So he's asking some young, sprightly, and possibly magical young fellas to help him with this problem.
Fellas and ladies.
Yeah, sorry, Maisie, you're not invited. It was the
well, to be
fellas
fair,
only.
no, because he only spoke to Cromwell and Carly.
That's right.
You went back just as you were hearing, or should I say, we were hearing a conversation between Samir and Maisie, who were saying, "Let's have another go at this assault course. That sounds like a lot of fun because it didn't hurt last time." As the door opened,
That's because it did hurt
and
last
there was a thump, 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 thump as the other two walk in, and Neva, I imagine, at some point during this has probably had a little conversation with Maisie, and has basically just outlined that she is exhausted from the week so far. It is a lot to take in, and wants to just have a little rest, do her own thing, a little bit of pre-studying, got some books from the library.
I was about to say, I know exactly what she's doing. She's studying for class, and now that she's spoken to her professors, she's like, I gotta study.
Exactly. She doesn't say it, but you know it's because she's got a prince as a... She's got an actual prince as a rehearser. The Oh no. So you walk in, and this is your opportunity to converse whilst I drink coffee.
Oh,
hey
guys. Hi, chaps. Look, on the way back from the mall, we bumped into this old human chap who's got a problem with rats in the basement of his shop. His cafe, yes, sorry. Thanks, Cromwell.
Is he trying to hire an exterminator?
He said he had, and they'd sort of not been able to carry out the job, so he's offering 5 gold pieces and some free food to go and have a go at getting rid of them. But I thought, well, rats, why not? I mean...
5 gold pieces total, not per person, like you said first.
But
That's right.
But it is a job that the exterminators wouldn't do.
I'm personally, I'm willing to go and have a look and see if you can't help him, because, help your fellow creature, I always say.
Sure, I'm bored. I'm gonna go grab my
It might,
knife.
it might be an opportunity to hit things if you're into that kind of stuff.
That's true. Okay, it's persuading me.
I did, I was chatting with Etch. It was really interesting. Sorry, Professor Asfeas, and he was saying,
Not first name
emphasizing really how important teamwork was with the strange things. I thought this might be a good opportunity for us to sort of work together on something as well. Sort of start to,
And there's a cat.
And there's a cat.
No, that's
Bring the cat along, because
that's
cats are
Chameleon.
clean rats, aren't they?
You have chameleon meows.
It's the chameleon. He's a great impressionist.
Imitates not only physically but also verbally.
Yeah, it's a chameleon part Kenku.
Part parrot, part chameleon.
Ken Chameleon.
Ken chameleon.
Can chameleon.
Or Camila-ku.
Can chameleon.
I kind of need the money, which is why I'm doing it. But
Oh, sure.
I will try my best to help. But
Cromwell,
if
you can
we're-
have
if
my
we're
share as
going-
well. I don't really need the gold.
What do you mean as well?
That's right. You don't know. You don't know what I've offered my.
Well, I was talking about Neva's share since she's
I
not going
think
to
you
be
mean-
helping us out.
I was going to say.
Oh, I don't. Well, neither won't get.
Yeah,
presumably
neither won't
get
get a share if she's. not
I
helping.
thought. I think
Exactly. So-
Maisie meant you can have her share as well as your own.
Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. That's very nice. Samir, I don't want you to feel pressured. To
No, that's cool, you can have it.
Oh, well, that's great. Thank you. That's very kind of you all.
I
Would
will
you not
add in,
object?
It's nice bunking with the rich
Imagine-
kids.
as you are preparing your stuff, you would be. This isn't like a perception. You don't carry your weapons around. Well,
Oh,
any
that's
of the
true.
larger or more obvious weapons around university or even around town, because I mean, like, why would you? So you would need to collect those.
Yes. Well,
In case
if
they're not
if anybody has anything which they think would be useful, I've got some stuff I brought
Giant
from home.
ball,
Which I
yeah.
can... Yes.
Macy
Exactly,
goes
that's
to
the
get
sort of thing.
changed and puts on like chunky combat boots and like I don't know, jeans and I don't know, punk vest looking thing. Little spikes on the shoulders.
Kel
So
will
we-
go and... Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
Exterminating.
I was going to say Kel
Basically,
will go
didn't
into
just say
his...
hot topic. I'll take it all, didn't she?
Yeah. It just back home this is the main hot topic of Gel.
Kel would go into his room and come out wearing some old but quite serviceable half-plate armor, which has got a sort of very a sort of curvy aspect to it. It's obviously not elven. It's you wouldn't recognize the style. It's actually from the Triton. It's actually Triton.
You're gonna
Smell.
exterminate some rats or fight a troll or something? What the hell?
Well, I'm not very, I know my capabilities, and when it comes to physical interactions, let's just say I bruise easily. So I like to sort of cover up if I can.
Fair enough.
Not to be outdone, Samir puts on his chainmail. We're all doing
And,
it.
and I've got my mace,
Shiny?
which is compared to your maul, fairly unimpressive thing. It's nice. It's a nice piece of equipment. Obviously worth a bit of money, but it's just an ordinary.
I'm assuming Cromwell doesn't really grab much.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't go to grab anything out of his room. Everything he has that he might need, he has on him already.
Fair enough.
Can I just check with you, Alex? Though, that is this the same day as we first saw the people from opposite, where I made fun of the guy who said something about what the cat dragged in, or was that a different day? Was
I think
that this morning?
That was this morning.
It was
yes.
this morning, yeah. Before we went
Damn
to
it.
the assault course.
Wasted a spell slot.
And I still have 1 point of damage from falling out of a tree.
Oh, is that?
Same day, yeah.
This is the same day, so I have no spell slots then.
Hey, Alex,
It's been
could
a
we
long
consider my
day.
time playing base a short rest?
I was going to say you could feasibly probably have taken a short rest.
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah. Woo!
And Samir can get in on a short rest action if you want, because you wouldn't have been doing much in that hour either.
Yeah.
So I have no spell slots. That's a shame, because I was going to do some helpful things.
This is going to be the saddest
is-
fight we have
this is
ever
whack-a-mole.
done.
Wait, do I heal in a short rest or not?
You can
Yeah.
spend a hit dice to
One hit
heal.
die.
So
Yeah.
you
I'm
you
going
roll
to.
your hit die and add your con mod, and that's how much you heal.
So
How-
when you hit take a short rest, you'll notice there's one tick box under. There's a bit where it says hit die and then like a dice and then total. There's just
Yeah.
one tick box you can click on because at level 1 you only have one hit dice. So if you roll it, it will give you a little bit of health. What you have to manually roll your
I
hit
mean,
dice, but you can get that health.
It's a +2, and I have I've taken 2 damage. So
There you go. Yeah, I just added 1 HP back because
But just tick it and then
Sure.
you can max yourself again.
I have a
okay.
question for you, Alex.
Yeah, I probably have an answer.
Our student accommodation here,
Yes.
does it have like a reception or security office or something, as many do? Does it not?
No.
No? Okay. Right, in that case, while everyone else is getting ready, I will go and knock on next door.
You
Okay.
knock
what?
on the door next door. I assume you're talking about the girls next door.
Yes. Gales,
Okay.
gals.
Is there another next door?
I thought he was
And-
talking about across the hall since he was just talking about that. It's like, you're gonna talk to them for help or something? What the hell?
Not when you're
And-
around to stop me.
The door opens to a different figure than the ones you saw before. I think I sent you all the images once, but I'll send it again. It's a very big and beefy girl who was wearing this like a sleeveless waistcoaty type thing and these big sort of cargo-esque trousers in black and big leather boots. This wonderful mohawk who just looks down at you. It's a massively there's the image, a massively intimidating exchange. It's not shown on that image as well, but she has 3 sets of short horns that sort of go alongside the mohawk. So the whole it's a very interesting look. And just looks down at you and is just like, what?
If Gail was in, I've just got a quick message to leave with her, and then I'll be on my way. But thank you for answering the door. That was very nice of you.
What's the message?
Oh, do you? Yeah, there is and I will give her the description of the guy and say, this guy approached us at the mall. We're going to go to his basement. If we're not back by like midday tomorrow, if you could send the police to his cafe, that would be greatly appreciated.
Oh my God.
Gross.
Just in case he murders us or something, you know. If he locks us in the basement and we can't get out, I just thought someone should know where we were going. And now that responsibility has been placed on you, so thank you for volunteering as our keeper. That's very kind of you. So if you would like to take on that responsibility, that's great. If not, if you just pass it on to Gail, I'm sure that's why I initially said about her. Sorry, we've been neighbours now for several days. My name is Cromwell. What's your name?
My name is Not Your Business. And she
Not
just
your business.
closes the door in your face.
I don't think that's your real name, but if you could just tell Gail, that would be great. Thank you, Miss Business.
Miss Business.
Business,
Oh
for short.
God.
Miss Biz if you're nasty.
That's the name you've given me, so that's what I'm going to use. So, thank you. And then I'll head back to wait for the others.
So you all congregate outside, apart from Neva, and head on over to the mall, I'm sure. Interrupt me if I'm incorrect.
I
You're
will let
incorrect.
them know about that experience.
Sure. And you walk through the mall to the back, and at the back left.
I'm just going to say now, because I should forget to say it later, that I am going to do a thing which I can't remember what it's called. But it
Cool, thanks for letting us know.
Vigilant Blessing. Okay, Vigilant
Okay.
Blessing. I'm going to touch myself on the forehead, which means I get advantage on my next initiative roll.
So what does this look like as a spell?
I now know which kind of cleric you are playing. Thank you.
I do.
Meta.
Unless it's a homebrew.
What's it look like? In this particular case,
set off.
yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Before you all set off, Carly's like, hold on a second, pokes himself in the forehead.
Yeah, in fact, what I would do is I would do this, and a small glowing ball of yellow liquid would appear above my hand. I just swallow it.
Couldn't you have gone earlier?
Yeah, that could.
Gross.
That's a little odd.
I
Did
find
you just eat not?
Why does it look so
No.
piss-colored?
it's more like a golden. It's actually, yeah. It's more like a bright yellow. More like a bright yellow.
Actually, yeah.
Shiny,
Yeah.
shiny rather than straw.
Glowy.
I find that it's a thing.
You should
it
be
helps
drinking
me
more
to
water
react.
than that.
It makes me react quickly sometimes. I mean, actually, other people can use it too. But in this particular case, I thought I'd use it myself.
Fair enough.
So you head off through town and get to the mall and go to the sort of back. In the back left, it's not like the back left, it's all dingy. The mall's very well lit. Just at the back, the other side in the corner, there is fairly obviously, you probably looked at the sign as well, a
Fairly
little cafe, a little cafe that just has a sign on it. A small sign hanging with the words "The Corner Crumb" arranged to look a little bit like the shape of a corner with like some crumbs. Like it's a bit of an artistic-esque design.
A corner and some crumbs. It's not
And
Crumbs.
the inside, as you walk up to it, is this adorable cottagecore aesthetic with sweet little white wooden tables and chairs and small pictures all over the walls. There's a few magical fake windows projecting the scene of like a nice meadow with cows, and at the back there's a small counter with this little door behind it.
I see
you
you
can
trying
tell
to lull us into a false sense of security.
they're obviously fake windows because you know what's the other side of the wall would either be another shop or just like a town. Like it is a very sweet and calming experience. There's probably fake, but like birds chirping kind of sound. Is quite nice there. But as you get to the front, you see the same man as before. This sort of slightly hunched over, wrinkled, grumpy, sad-looking man. Hello, thank you for coming back. I wasn't sure if you were going to be coming.
Oh, it's fine. No problem. Now, you said you got these rats. Could you give us any more detail? Like how big are they? How many are there? That sort of thing.
Well, I haven't seen them in the entirety myself. I know they are rats because I've seen the food that they are stealing, the holes in the sacks, and the holes in the walls. The holes in the walls are larger than usual for what I'm used to with rats. But I haven't seen the rats themselves. I just know that the exterminators. They go down, they take a look, and once they have seen, they say they do not want the job.
And they don't tell you why?
No, they do not say why.
Insight check, please.
Yeah, go for it.
Me too.
Go for it.
Yeah, why not?
I trust him.
Of course you do.
24.
24. You see, this is one of those opportunities,
16.
Greg, where I could have rolled for you. 24 to 16. 24, 16, and 4. Well, Samir doesn't give a shit. He said it. Why would he not tell the truth? Like, he's this old man just kind of there. Like, what's huh? The 16 and the 24. I mean, you don't get any kind of lying from him. He looks almost, in the kindest way, almost pathetic. Like, he's struggling, like, evidently this is a problem, and he's just exhausted of trying to get people to do things. It doesn't feel like he's lying to you in any kind of way or another about any of this situation, which seems about as confused as you are.
What kind of food are they stealing?
Well, I have various things down. They will take the grain or wheat for the bread that I make, and I have some pre-made bread that I make and put down there that they have also taken, and cheeses and hams and meats and all the fillings and the vegetables and they take all of that, even trying to get into the glass sauce bottles that I have, sometimes successfully, others not so much.
Sorry for asking, but are you sure they're even rats? Or is that just an assumption?
I guess now that I think about it, I have not seen them as rats. It was an assumption. Now I am concerned it may not be rats.
That would be my first thought if the exterminators don't want to deal with it. It's probably not rat.
I am unaware.
You don't happen to have a bucket and some water up here that I could take down with me, do you?
I can probably get a bucket and fill it with some water.
Yes, please. As big a bucket as you've got.
Well, are you going to clean it?
Are you particularly thirsty then?
No, I was thinking if they're in multiple holes, I might be able to freeze one of them over, and then we can funnel them through a different one.
What? Yes. I like
Do you have a knife sharpener, by chance?
I do have a knife sharpener. It is for kitchen knives.
Well, this one's like an antique that my parents got me. I don't think I've ever sharpened it, so...
Well,
Do
you
you
are welcome
mind?
to use the whetstone.
Do you need a different one? That seems like it might not. If it's an antique, that might be worth quite a lot.
I mean, it probably was. We should just start sharpening it.
Well, yeah, you haven't got the whetstone yet.
Wow.
The
Oh.
offer is there.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay, well, if you are ready and prepared, if you would follow me past the counter through the door.
Does he have a big bucket of water?
Not yet. He's standing behind a counter. he shuffles back. It's painfully slow. He shuffles, opens up this back door where, because he's crouched over and stuff, the handle's like at his chin height. He sort of squeaks it open and shuffles inside. And back here you see a fairly empty kitchen, metal worktops, ovens, and all this kind of stuff. And he shuffles very slowly over to what is evidently a cupboard, like a walk-in cupboard, and squeaks that open, shuffles in. You hear a bit of a clank, clunk, clink, 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 and then they, you hear them and then shuffle back out. You see them holding this big metal bucket that they just shuffle very slowly over to the sink, and then get it back up onto the surface into the sink and start filling it. And it's like a painfully slow dribble of water where he obviously hasn't turned the tap enough, and it's just like,
Oh my god.
Are we out there as well, aren't we?
yeah, you're in there with him.
I'll head over. I'm gonna head over to him and say, "Yeah, can I help you at all? Because obviously it's a bit."
No, it is okay. I am okay.
I'll just open the tap a little bit more.
I will tell them to stop pouring when it reaches roughly 10 pounds in weight.
I mean,
How
no
convenient.
idea.
I don't know how much that is, so...
Half a bucket, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, you wouldn't know. 10 pounds of water is... That's in cups. It is...
Greg, tell us what cups is.
Yeah.
It's just over a gallon of water.
A
Cups
gallon.
is like a small bucket.
Well, a bucket is normally 2 gallons. They sort of order
Yeah, it's about
buckets.
half a bucket then. Yeah, you
Cool.
go for half a bucket. And
And I will
closes
take
that.
I'll take out my little wand, and I will cast Mage Hand, so the tentacle springs out the end of the wand and wraps itself
Oh.
around the, I'm assuming it's just like one of the little handles that goes down to the side. Wraps itself around that and then lifts it up and carries it next to me.
He doesn't react and just turns around and shuffles very slowly back over to the cupboard. You hear another clang, clang. You hear something just thump onto the ground, and then actually shuffles out again. Has a very old and very used whetstone and like a cloth. It's quite a nice set for you to sharpen your blade, and just shuffles over and hands it up to you. You're muted.
Thank you. Is it dark down there?
It is quite dark. Yes.
Okay. Pull out glasses. Oh, I can do it. I
Well-
keep forgetting.
In hearing that, I will again raise my wand in the air and I'll just kind of twirl it a little bit, and the 4 different coloured jellyfish will into the air.
If anybody can't see in the dark, I can help with that.
I cannot see in the dark. That's why I mean, can you see in the dark?
Yes, and I can help you to see in the dark if you wish.
I can see it's fine.
Do I have to swallow golden goo?
It's piss goo.
Piss.
No, you don't. You don't have to.
Summon piss boy.
It's just a sort of. I like to. It's sort of like a. Well, do you want to try it or not?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would be great.
Does anybody else want to be able to see in the dark?
I can, thanks.
How about you, sir? Would you like to be able to see in the dark for an hour?
I will not be going down with you. There is already not a lot.
Offering your piss to people.
Actually,
Stop offering your piss.
Macy, I can. I'll cause the effect on you as well. Then you can, if you lose your glasses for whatever reason, you'll still be able to see.
All right.
Because I can. It's up to 3 people at once. So this time I'll.
Wait, so you really were just offering people to drink the weird yellow stuff for?
No, it's a different one. That's the initiative one. This is just going to be. I'll just do that, and this light spray of water.
Can you describe what that was?
That.
He just was.
Light spray of gold and water, or
not gold water, just ordinary, very, very, very fine spray, just in a fine mist that settles around the faces and then just dissipates around Cromwell and Maisie. Since I can do 3 people, I'll do it. Around I forgot his name. Don't tell me. Yeah, look on here. Samir as well.
I'm good. I can see in the dark.
You can see the dark anyway. I know, but you can now see the dark 300 feet.
Okay. Is it a big basement? It's pretty small.
I don't know.
300-foot long basement.
It's a pretty small
I don't know
shop.
how big it is, but if it is a big basement, you can still see through. I mean, it'd be
Is it
handy
a big
on the way
basement?
home.
He
If you
shuffles
start
over
with
to
that-
the corner of the kitchen, and you can see he shuffles over to this hatch in the floor, this worn wooden and metal trapdoor, which is padlocked, and you can see like one of the corners has been like it has a little hole in it that
Has it
seems
been
to be
nibbled?
gnawed and nibbled and chewed,
Oh,
and he gets from his little bag, he just gets like a big ring, one of those huge rings of keys with so many keys, and he grabs the first one. No, not
is this
that
a very
one.
big building?
Gets the second one and tries, no, not that one, and gets the third one, and no, not that one, fourth one, no, not that one. Did you interrupt
is
this
this
person?
why-
Maisie's sharpening her knife. She doesn't even. Not even.
I'm just gonna. I
Is
gotta
this why the
cast.
people stopped? Is this why the exterminators didn't want to?
Yeah, this is why.
I'm gonna cast spare the dying on myself just because I'm dying.
This is Alex. This is actually giving me flashbacks to I got a bus. I got the bus to work last week, and there's this old guy in front of me, and I was like, "Oh, he's old, so I'll let him on first so he can get a seat." And he got on, and then he got up to the driver, and he went to pay for his ticket, and he got his wallet out, and then he picked out a 1p coin, and then a 2p coin, and then another one, and he paid for his ticket in pennies, and the guy eventually was just like, "You're holding up the fucking bus. Please just leave. Please just, I'll give you a ticket, you can just go." And yeah,
That was the tactic the whole time.
you're triggering me.
He goes, a couple of minutes later, he gets one, and the lock opens. There we go, and opens up the padlock, and then grabs onto the handle with two hands and braces himself.
You sure you would like a hand?
It's okay.
I will recast May's hand to pick the bucket back up, as it will have gone away many times by now.
That made me lightheaded.
Alex is the old man.
Wait, Cromwell, did you cast that trick again?
What? Oh, he's gone. He's dead.
Oh, he's gone, isn't he?
Oh
He's on
no!
pause. He's in
At
the
least
room.
it's not an
was
unflattering
making-
freeze
making-
frame.
Well, exactly. This time it's a
Yeah,
personal
just a
photo.
nice smile.
Oh, he's back again.
I was
Welcome
I was
back.
making a joke about the old man shitting himself from strain.
Oh yeah.
Alex went lightheaded, and suddenly everything froze.
Oh
That's
no!
because I control the universe. So it eventually pushes it open. Once it gets like past that sort of the gravity coming to close it, it just opens, and it kind of like slams back into one of the surfaces. And
Is he okay?
you notice that there is in fact like a dent in one of these metal surfaces where this is evidently how it's always opened. Right. So here it is, down there, the crux of my problems. Hopefully it won't be too bad. I'm not sure where they're coming from, so maybe you can find that out too.
Okay, just one little thing. If you would just don't close the hatch behind us, because if we want to get out quickly,
I won't.
Very kind. Right then, off we go. Who's going?
Also, don't hang out near the door
you.
in case they try to run past us and then end up like coming up here and trying
I'm going to go and sit down.
That's a very good idea. Very good idea. Get yourself a little glass of water or something.
He just shuffles away. So, under the trapdoor is a set of steep stairs that lead into complete darkness, or would be if you didn't have dark vision. Oh no, you got dark vision. You presumably climb down the stairs. They're creaking and all. They don't feel insecure, but they're definitely creaking. You're overwhelmed with this acrid smell of like ammonia mixed with like rat feces. It's this horrible, well, you assume rat feces, just this horrible, nasty. It doesn't like make you vomit or anything, but it's kind of nasty. But as you will descend into this, because you will give me a constitution check, because you know I like doing that.
Yeah.
Check or save?
Check.
For me, it's an 18.
17.
21. Suppose
10. You're all fine. Samir, it almost gets to you. Like you go down, you're almost just like, nah. Like this is not you. But you know, everyone's going down there anyway, and you're fine. You managed to take probably not a deep breath. I was gonna say take a deep breath and go through it. Take a deep breath from the outside. And then go down. When you get down, you can hear this faint buzz of flies evidently gathering around, possibly small piles of rat droppings, and there's this very subtle scratching noise coming just every now and again, just from one direction, from another direction.
Wait, One Direction are down here.
Yes, they are. As you
I was
descend,
literally just about to make a
A
similar
rat
joke.
boy band comes out.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we said One Direction.
as you descend down, the smell, it just gets worse, and eventually you hit the bottom, this stone ground, and you get a better look at the structure of this room. And you get obviously a better look because, you have dark vision. It's a square room, maybe 30 feet by 30 feet, not particularly large, but, not too small either, with boxes and barrels piled in every corner. The walls and floor are made of cobblestones, and the only notable feature is a painting on one of the walls. Just this lady looking back over her shoulder, and some other tables with various like sacks and bags. It's evidently storage, and you can see the different bags and boxes, as they said, they've been nibbled into, food's been eaten. There's a little bowl that would have been of grain, and you can see that there's little like muddy paw prints have like led up to it and obviously got into it.
How big are the paw prints? Yeah.
The paw prints are... give me nature checks, everybody.
You said little.
God damn it. This is why Neva needs to be here.
It's just a bunch of
Oh,
terriers.
damn it. I got a natural one.
11.
A natural 1. Okay. What was the nature check from Macy?
11.
11. Cromwell?
10.
10. Samir?
3. I'm really rolling well today.
Yeah, as usual.
I got
with a
4. I
natural
thought I was doing
1,
badly.
with a natural 1, you thought you saw footprints, but no, what you actually saw was just markings in the wood. The rest of you, rat footprints, maybe they're bigger, maybe they're about the same size. As you look at them and start to try and compare in your head, are these bigger than normal rat footprints? You think, have I ever seen a rat footprint before? Do I have
Yes, he has
any
not seen a
comparative
rat.
notes?
What's a rat?
So, exactly, like, it's just, okay, it's a footprint.
Maybe the real rats are the friends we made along the way.
But as you look around, despite the footprints, despite the nibbling, you cannot see any rats, just that little faint scratching.
Where's it coming from?
I suggest the armored people go
Every
in front.
direction.
The scratching is coming from every direction.
So, like, it's just intermittent, and it'll, like, be over to the right, and then suddenly you'll hear it over to the left, and a little bit, to the right again, and then maybe in front of you. Like, it's just sort of moving around.
And we can't see anything.
No, you assume they are in the walls. Everybody, give me a perception or investigation at your own choice.
I should do an investigation. But this time I
I'll
draw
do
a proper
perception.
dice because it gives him.
Oh, fucking finally. Rolled something good.
Oh, use
21.
I have investigated a 14.
13. Which is a shame because I'm good at
11.
investigation.
11. Okay. So, excuse me. As you were looking around, trying to see if there are any rats here, there, everywhere, you see these little rat holes. What do you call them? I guess I'm going to call them rat
Yeah,
holes.
rat holes.
Sort of in the wall. And you've heard rats make little holes in wooden walls. These are like rat holes in the cobblestones, like between the mortar. It's been scratched away. They haven't like chewed into the actual rock, but like the mortar itself has been like scratched through, and you can see the rocks have like claw marks from these from whatever creature. The holes themselves aren't huge, you know, maybe like a soft like a baseball kind of size, but yeah, it's slightly intimidating. And as you're looking down, it would be Samir, as you're
no.
looking down at one of these particular rat holes, you see just a pair of eyes just slowly start to fade in towards you as this rat skulks forwards. And as their face comes out of this rat hole, obviously investigating the noise and the commotion, you see this grey fur. It's matted and it's sticking in all sorts of directions. This pink tail just starts like whipping around. But as they expose almost their entire body, you see this weird shadowy smokes that sort of like gently emanating almost from their paws just into the ground and just disappearing into nothingness like mist.
When you say paws, do you mean like skin or like feet?
P-O-I-E-S. So it's coming out of the whole body.
And the skin.
Okay. And as you stare at this rat, it makes this horrendous screeching, squeaking noise. And I'd like everybody to roll initiative.
And the Hades boss music starts playing. It is the tiny vermin.
Speaking of boss music.
Oh my fucking god. I've got a 0. I've got a natural 1 with an initiative of -1.
I was really hoping that I'd be going after you, because I don't want to be the first to approach these things. And I rolled low.
With that, I guess.
I had advantage. I should have given you the advantage. I'll give you the advantage next time.
Okay, so Maisie.
6.
Cromwell.
16.
Carle.
18.
Samir.
0.
I'm so sorry.
Neither
It's not
one.
funny. It's not funny.
It's because he's just so laid back, like, yeah.
It's just surprised. I mean, I will go with you're surprised by what you're fucking saying.
Yeah.
Like, that is not what you were expecting.
I'm assuming as we came down the stairs, Macy and Cromwell are like hiding behind these two armored
So it's
people.
going to work out
like...
better that way because you really are the whack-on here. As soon as you hit it, it's just going to splatter.
Here's how this is going to work. Firstly, we're going to go down in Tailspar. Now, if I do this, it won't take you with me. So I have to do the whole like bring players. Yes, okay. Because there's a bunch of. I put a load of creature. What would you call them? Minifigures in place because it was before I knew that you guys had things. So I'm going to quickly drag you all over. There is a couple torches in here. That's so that things are easier to see. It's just So how do I do this? Board players. Still learning. There you go. Summon to this board.
Waiting for the adventure to begin.
So this is
very tight quarters. Okay.
So
this is the base.
I was going to say,
so
it's less
I'm
than
going to
300
die
feet.
then.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is grab some people and.
It is quite a small basement, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
I don't make them
Less than 300 feet.
I'd say so.
So
unless that table's very, very long.
That's the four of you. Now, when I did this, did it keep the permissions? No, it did not. Let's give you permissions to your individual characters, and then I'll make them unique. I guess that would be the way to do it. I don't really know.
Well, I mean, give 3 of us permissions.
Well, everybody's getting permission to your character. That sounds like slut shaming.
Yeah, really.
Like, that sounded really rude. Okay, there you go. You can all control your individual characters. So place yourself where you would be standing.
And for anyone who is wondering what happens if your internet connection craps out while you're trying to load up a Telspire board, it says the place between boards.
I see.
Oh, the irony
You've
of...
been sent to the space between boards, a barren place. You fell here because of... fucking hell.
my god! I just. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Yeah. Let's see. Stop it.
Oh.
Stop. No.
Is he gone? Is he back?
No, he's here.
I will try and resummon players, see if that gets Joe in. No, Joe's frozen again.
I can hear you guys kind of... can you... Like, I don't know what's happening.
Let's see.
Oh, started from the bottom.
I'll go there.
Now we're here.
Oh, is that the name of the board?
That's the name of the quest,
Oh.
isn't it?
I'm here.
Excellent.
Can you guys hear me?
Are you naming all the boards this way so that we can see your fun quest names before the end of the entire campaign?
Can
Are
you
all, of
guys
the
hear
quests
me
named,
okay?
are all of the quests named after Drake songs?
Ha.
No.
Do you think I've ever listened to a Drake song?
Alright.
Oh.
So, I obviously have your... I'm going to move this out of the way. I obviously have your initiatives. The rat that you see, because it makes sense for this to be the one that you're close to.
I'm assuming Cromwell is not in the middle of the room.
I would not be. I don't know if you can hear me though.
No.
I
no,
can
Yeah,
no.
we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait,
great.
you're here though.
You appear to be in this, but we can... Oh, you've moved yourself. Good. So, this rat crawls out of the wall, and it's actually followed by 2, 3, 4 other rats. So this one rat token is actually representing a little pack of rats. About 4 or 5 of them.
Oh
I
no.
really wish I had some spell slots left.
Oh no.
So, first up in initiative, Carly. Now this rat is staring. Oopsie daisy, is staring this way because it was looking at Samir as it crawled out of the wall with this black.
I don't know if it did the same for anyone else.
No, you appear to be frozen again.
I don't know what's happening. I'm just going to do my best. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We believe in you. So, what does Carly do? Next up on the board is going to be Cromwell. So be prepared.
The rat that is directly in front of me, I am going to. I'm holding my. Don't worry about that. So I'm going to.
What?
I was trying to imagine how, but it doesn't matter. So I am going to gesture like this.
Like what?
Like a sort of blessing kind of move, hand out, stretch,
Like a slightly low Nazi
palm
salute.
towards the floor. Yeah, with the fingers out, fingers spread out,
That's what it is.
and from my hand will come sort of a mist, which turns into flame and then strikes downwards onto the rat.
Is this something you have to roll for, or something they have to defend for?
It is something they have to defend.
Okay,
for.
what are they rolling?
They are doing a dexterity 13.
18, I'm afraid.
We're afraid. We're afraid.
Be very afraid.
No, they don't get any damage at all. It's fine.
Okay, so this swarm of rats, obviously this fire starts coming down, and they are nimble. They just scatter, make this hole in the middle of where they all are, as it just hits the ground, and then clump back together. This mist continuing to pour. As they move around, it kind of like lags slightly behind them. This mist, shadowiness. Next up, Cromwell. Next up, the next of you guys will be Maisie.
Could I please have the rat make an intelligence saving throw?
It definitely can try.
Probably not going to do too well.
It got a -1.
That makes me feel better.
So Cromwell, wand in hand, is going to kind of like point it down like almost in like a jabbing motion while muttering something, and so you don't see any no effect comes out of the wand. But as I cast Mind Sliver,
Oh no. Poor rat.
And then
the rats. Oh, pathetic. They all like flinch and squeak as one as they take 1 psychic damage. But they also minus a D.
Minus a D.
Minus a D.
4 to a saving throw?
D4 on next save. That yes.
It's there eventually. At least we hear the information eventually.
Yeah.
Minus D4 to a save to the next saving throw or the end of my turn.
There you go. In fast forward. Okay. Anything else on Cromwell's turn? No, good. So the rat.
I really love when Discord tries to catch up and you just move really fast for a second. It's really good.
The rats reacting more to the flames because they saw the visible source. Look towards Kale.
Yes, attack the guy in plate armor.
And lurch forwards to try and attack your ankles.
Natural 20.
Okay, thank you for that. From that, and they're going to roll. They get a. Oh, I see. I'm trying to look through my thing. A 19 to hit.
What the hell?
In that case, they're going to hit them.
Get out of here!
You aren't ready for it. You're like dancing on the spot. It's like nip at your ankle.
I thought I was pretty well tooled up for this, but
so you're going to take initially these bites. Give you 3 damage as it gets into your little into the little spaces between like your leather shoes and all this kind of stuff.
Dangerous encounter.
And then what have I done? Oh, I see. And then an extra 1 point of. Oh no, I have misunderstood this. That is, if they have that, it changes the damage if there's less of them in the swarm. That's why I've
Yeah.
Could you instead make a Constitution saving throw?
Hang on, I'll heal that 10 up again then. Constitution saving throw, which isn't too bad. Saving. I don't have advantage on that one, so.
Wait, what are you healing up? You do take the 3 points of damage.
Do I? 8.
Yes. An 8? Oh, yeah, not very good. So, as you are bitten, you feel this sort of horrid, awful blackness coming up through your veins. You can actually see your veins sort of like starting to this weird blackness encroaching up through your veins. And effectively, you are diseased, and you won't be able to gain hit points apart from magical means.
That's okay, because I can't give any hit points, because I haven't got any...
But effectively, there's this horrible blackness coming up your leg, and it's nasty.
It's gross.
Fine.
Fine. You like that?
I can't do anything about it, that's fine. Okay.
Easy.
What the hell was that?
Being prepared, Samir, you are next.
Okay. Do there look to be any empty containers down here?
Give me a perception.
17.
17. You get the feeling that some of these, like the mugs sitting on that table, they're all completely empty. The closed barrels, you don't really know. This one barrel at the bottom of the stairs, you can, as far as you can see from your angle, you've got a fairly high angle, looks empty. You obviously can't really tell with the boxes that much.
Okay. Can I hop over my friend here? And I want to hop 10 feet, essentially.
You want to jump 10 feet. Oh, also, if you do the measurement stuff, there is a way I worked out on this to change it so that now it does it in feet. It does it in feet per the right number of squares,
yeah, I think
so
I've
you can actually measure
that.
things correctly. I thought I did it per ball, but it may be per person. Oh, how do I even...
It's 15 feet, actually.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Joe's gone.
Wow.
Joe has disappeared, so the stream will be messed up.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Joe
is that?
back, so never mind. You can jump sideways. There is no guardrail.
Am I not able to jump the 15 feet?
I don't think you can jump 15 feet. Usually, the jumping rules, it's your strength. It's 5 plus your strength bonus feet, I think.
Oh. I thought
But
that
you can
jumping up.
you
rather than
you could
leaping.
easily with
let's
your
just-
dexterity traverse like on top of that barrel and then climb down. It would
Yeah.
only take 10 feet in its own right.
15, 20, 25, 30.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this barrel from here, you said it's empty?
As you look into it from this perspective, you can see it is empty. It's got the dregs of something in the bottom, but it is effectively empty.
Cool. Can I try to use that barrel to cover the rats?
It's a big barrel, so give me a strength check. It'll be your action to do, obviously, the pick up and put down, but give me a strength check
Yeah.
to see how easily you can pick it up.
Athletics?
Strength.
Ew. 8.
An 8. Unfortunately, it is too heavy. I will take a bonus from you, not a full action, but it is too heavy for you to pick up. You think you'll either need to really try a lot harder or get two of you to try and do it. It's a big container.
So that was my bonus?
Yeah, I won't take the full action from you because you didn't actually manage to do it, but I'll take a bonus action from you.
Okay, then I will try to stab them. And since there's 3 of us in contact, sneak attack would work.
Yep, sounds good.
Ooh, baby, a 16 plus
Ooh, baby.
plus 5. 21 hit!
Yeah, it definitely hits. You just stab down and manage to
Let's
catch a
go.
couple of the rats.
I'm just going,
Just swiping at the ground.
yeah. That is 9 damage with sneak attack.
Nice. Yeah, you stab and a couple of them, like you manage to get a couple of slices on a few of them. This weird like blackness oozing from their veins. One of them you manage to get like straight in its head and like pin it to the ground. Absolutely annihilate. It's gross. Annihilating it. This black goopiness just gets left on your dagger.
I stab that one, and then the others start going for my hand, so I start kicking them for the rest of it.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, Samir, you're up, and Kali, you will be up next.
Okay, well, okay.
I'm just gonna hit one.
Sure, you just swing down. Boom.
Mm-hmm. Right, roll to hit. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna hit one.
What did you roll?
7. Loving life.
The angle is
Right.
weird, and there's lots of them. You swing down and just miss. You manage to squeeze one, and you're like, yes, but you realize it's one that's already dead that Maisie managed to kill. Unfortunately, yeah, no hit.
Yay.
Being level 1, going from level 1 from like level 18.
Being me playing D&D, Alex.
I mean, yes, but then being level
True.
1 so you don't get like the buffer of like a +7 or a +8.
it is a +5. I rolled a 2.
Yeah, plus 5's not bad.
Yeah, that's all very
No,
good.
it's not. Kali.
You see, my whole
Cromwell.
my whole build was like support, which rather hinges on me having spell slots.
You
You did some support. People can see down here.
have a
Where's
mace, don't
Cromwell?
I
you?
did that. I have a mace, which is what I'm going to hit with. Now, bearing in mind, mace is strength based, and strength isn't my strength. So, I'm going to hit it with my mace.
You're going to try to hit it with your mace.
I'm going to try to do my mace. I'm going to use a red dice. I'm going to roll a +1, 13.
13 hits. You just swing down, smash into one of them.
Hit me in my foot. Ow, 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 ow. And now, the enormous amount of damage. The killing stroke. I've rolled a 2, so therefore it takes 1.
Better than 0.
Better than 0, but only just.
You
takes
just like catch one of them on the tail.
It takes a point of damage.
Anything else?
This is why I don't use my mace very much. No.
Okay, Cromwell, you're up. Maisie on bench.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I can
Yes,
hear you.
yes.
Okay, my connection seems to have stabilized a little bit, I hope. Having said that, it will now crash, I'm sure.
Do your turn quickly so that it doesn't have time.
Well, I turned off Tailspire, so is there any major updates? Has any other swarm of rats appeared or anything like that?
Nothing
you can
has
just
happened.
watch the stream from Dad's on
That's true.
Discord.
Oh, I could.
Or you could watch the Glimmer stream.
Okay, so we've still just got this little one.
Yeah.
Okay, I will do the same again then. Intelligence save, please.
Did somebody else leave? I just had a weird noise happen.
Yeah, I heard that.
No.
Yeah,
I hope it wasn't me.
I didn't hear it. No.
I didn't hear it.
I heard it too. Yeah.
Intelligence. Okay, better this time. 4.
Has it had to make a save since the last one I made it do?
It has not. So you want me to minus a d4?
Please.
Okay, it's a 1.
Total?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I'll just kind of make a jabbing downwards motion with my wand, and they will flinch and squeak as they take 5 psychic damage.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, you see it genuinely get to them this time as they flinch, and another couple of them, just like one of them collapses to the ground. A couple of them sort of looking a little weak, limping as they move around. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
Negatory.
The rats are going to turn to
No.
Maisie
Fuck you.
and going to make an attack.
This is unacceptable.
It's going to be another 19 to hit. Don't mind.
Alex,
They
this needs
try
to
to
stop.
get around your ankles. Try to get around your ankles, but there's less of them, so they can't do as much damage. They do just 2 damage. So they nip at
Ow!
you and get at you. Give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
No.
Oh, I'll roll it for you then.
Okay, go ahead.
No, what was your...
3.
Again, you see this weird blackness coming up the vein. Well, you can't really see it as much because you've got your big boots on, but like from the skin that you can see under your red skin, you see this blackness sort of going up your veins, and it stings. And it's sore, not only painful in the current moment, anyway. And as you are all focusing over here, you hear a scratching and a squeaking, and you see from under the tables far behind you, another swarm of rats scutters out and moves over behind Carly. Actually, yeah, they do. Moves over behind Carly, and they're going to take an attack. Which is going to be a 5.
That would miss.
No, as they come up behind you, you dodge out of the way and you put your foot down trying to stomp, and they try to get through your leather boots, and it's just not happening. They don't manage to do any damage in that moment. Maisie, it is your turn. Samir, you are on bench.
So the barrel, I can't pick it up, but could I roll it over the rats?
You struggled to roll it in the way that you were talking about, in trying to like flip it to capture them. You could probably knock it over and roll it over them, literally.
Yeah.
You don't know how much that would do. It wouldn't contain them, but you might squidge a few. Who knows?
Yeah, let's try. I want to try to squidge a few.
Give me another strength then to try and knock over the barrel.
Is there
and
anything
push
I could
it.
do to make it athletics? Like, come on, help me out. Can I try to kick it over?
If not really, because it is purely strength. You're just pulling the damn thing.
And
There's
I'm
not
just
really
gonna stab. I'm trying to use my benefits. I'm gonna stab him then.
Your stabbing did do a good job before.
Yeah, but it's boring.
Yeah, well, it's not as boring as attacking something that's already dead, so you're doing better than me.
You got a dirty 20.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, that does
This
hit.
die does like rolling for attacks
Just to
and
clarify,
only
which
attacks.
Which ones are you attacking?
The ones I was attacking before, in hopes that the other ones leave me the clock
Okay,
alone
the
if I
ones
don't.
okay, that's fine.
So that's another sneak attack, and also the D4 for that.
Just remember, if you hold tab, you can see the names of
12 damage
Things
this
around.
time.
12 damage. Yeah, you stab down, slash, swipe, and stomp down on the ground. And by the time your sort of flurry of rage is done, they're just squished. There's just nothing.
They're
There's this
already dead.
horrible oozing blackness that's like, as you pick up your foot, just like attaches in a weird like
Oh.
he almost like if you stepped in treacle or something, like strings away.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're just not moving. Maybe one like twitching a little squished leg, but nothing else is happening.
That's what I want to do.
And as a bonus
Happening
action, I want to try to make my hair turn into flame again.
One more thing before you do that. As this thing is twitching, you see this like smokiness from it, sort of. Is the right word? Amalgamate? It like collects together, sort of above it, and then just like almost seems to move away from the rats, and then disappear into the floor.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's definitely fine.
And I will. Can I flip them? There's a way of having these things.
You can make their status dead, I believe. Yeah.
But that just gets rid of them. That's just making a squish dead round the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm only a level 1 rogue, so I can't bonus action disengage. So I'll bonus action try to make my hair on fire and try to scare the other rats.
Roll me an intimidation.
Sure. Oh, 15.
15. Yeah, I mean, you don't get like hair on fire, but there's like a smoke sort of starting to emanate from your head. The very ends of your hair start to like sort of lick upwards, sort of, as if they're trying to be more like plasma. And the green starts to turn ever so slightly less green, more reddy orange. And you can see like a bit of a from the rats as they sort of stamps up a little bit, but there's no like bursting flames.
Dang.
Samir with Carly on bench.
I'm gonna hit him again. Surprise.
You gotta move.
Which ones?
The other ones are dead.
Do I have to move?
Well, the ones in front of you are dead. You can hit them if you want.
Oh,
You do seem to have the hand.
Well, Mark, can you move me to a place where I can hit rats that are alive, please?
I don't know. I'll find out. Yes, I can. Hey, about.
Yeah, you could climb around and through to there.
Just stomp through the broken barrel.
Yeah, you can switch around it. You couldn't stand on that one, but you could walk through that.
Well, I'm going to try and attack this one, and hopefully I'll actually do a good roll.
Swing down, boom, to the ground.
Divine smite.
You're fucking joking.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 4. Plus 5 is a 9. Does a 9 hit?
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Simon, you gotta hit, otherwise they're just gonna target me and Kale, and we're just gonna die.
Well, I'm sorry, Greg. I am trying.
By a rat.
Like you swing down this mighty swing, boom, hit the ground, and all the rats just split
The
apart.
mole's really big. That's why.
Yeah, they split apart as you hit, and there's this like as you lift up this like crack in the ground where you hit with so much force, and they just move back together.
Me, Greg, and Mark are fighting rats. Simon is fighting rats that are like that rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes.
Samir is fighting himself.
Carly, it's your turn.
We're in university, aren't we all?
I'm going to try my Sacred Flame again, because even if I hit him with the mace, it doesn't do any
roll well.
damage. So I'm going to try my Sacred Flame again.
Okay.
So once again, cloud of mist over the top, from which a fire
and they
comes
roll
down.
a
And they roll a less than 13 dexterity this time.
They do. They rolled a 3 on the dot.
Yeah. It's some damage. It's only a 1d8, but you know.
I wonder it's pretty good.
Counts. It depends on the roll. I can't find the d8s there because I wanted to actually hit them. That's a 10. That's a 10. That's an 8. I got it. Look at that. It's a very old 8 from the 1980s.
Interesting.
6.
6 damage. Yeah, you managed to get a couple of them singed and burnt with your Sacred Flame, although I don't know if actually does fire damage, it's radiant damage, but you can see the radiant damage sort of lands on them, and this misty smoke, it seems to like almost pierce through this misty smoke. It doesn't seem to do any extra damage because of it, but it has its own reaction with that mistiness, and you do some damage to them, you can tell.
Yay!
Cromwell with Maisie on bench.
As we heard the scrabbling
Kill it.
do we hear the scrabbling of another thing of rats now?
with all the clanging and banging and stuff, it's kind of difficult. Give me a perception to see if you can tell.
It'll be hit over the top of Calais going.
Is this my action to do so?
A perception? No, that's just listening.
It's a free action.
Like it's not really doing a thing.
Perception, that would be just a 10.
A 10, it's kind of hard to know. With it's very echoey down here because of all the stone and the squeaking and the scratching and the clanging of weapons. You can't tell if there's scratching because it's the rats that you can see, or if there's anything else extra around the room.
Okay, I will. How many goes is it until Simon's go?
Infinity, because I'm never going to hit it.
It'll be you, then the rats, then Maisie, then Simon.
Okay, I will.
Will you?
Yes, you will.
I love the internet.
Do they look close to being all dead?
Oh, I have no idea what you did. You froze.
Do they all look close to being dead?
These rats haven't been touched.
The rats have been touched, but not much.
Okay.
They don't look close to that.
In that case, I'm going to attempt to help Simon. I would like them to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
With them or me?
Them.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm an idiot. 17.
He points his wand at them and nothing happens. End of 10.
No one sees it though. It's
yeah.
It's not embarrassing.
So when he fails, it's not embarrassing.
Well, luckily he's using.
When I feel like
it's easier to point a wand and nothing happen than to hit the ground and miss a rat.
Shut up and let me sulk.
None of you are looking at me at the moment anyway, so never mind.
Don't worry, it's in character this time, Simon.
Okay. The rats that are here.
I haven't touched them, Alex. I haven't touched them.
Are going
Neither
to
have I.
To Maisie.
You are the worst.
I made it random. And they're going to try and bite you.
So every other time they attack whoever attacked them, but this time it's random.
Because all of you.
Yeah, because we've all been shit at attacking.
Yeah. That's going to be a 14 to hit.
That's my AC, Alex.
Then it hits. And you're going to take 5 damage. One of them like clamps into your
I'm going
heel.
to die.
Like really gets like through your the heel of your boot, through your tendons, and just chomps in. Yeah, that fucking hurts. And you don't have to do the Constitution because you already failed it. Fun times. And then screeching and scratching through a hole which you couldn't really see behind the cups and things up on the table. Bear with me 1 second. There you go. You see. There you go. Another swarm clamber out around these cups and things, and they are going to. Yeah, successfully. They're
Get a nice cup of tea.
Get a nice cup of tea, or alternatively, climb down here. And they're going to clamber up these boxes and things and come up the stairs to. Oh, not in the same space as you. That is. Is that the next one? Yeah, I guess that it looks really far away, but that is actually right next to you. And then they're going to make an attack on Cromwell.
Well, that's not very nice.
Which 11 to hit.
11 hits me. Actually, no, sorry, it doesn't. It just misses.
Okay, they get at you, and because it's upstairs and it's a difficult angle, you're very surprised to see them clamber up and get at you. You can see, by the way, when they were like trying to get up the wall, at some points they were clawing into the wall and like scratching up, like almost ramming in their faces as they're trying to clamber up to you, but they don't manage to hit you as they get there. Maisie, Samir on bench.
So I see there's like utensils and shit over on the table there. Are there like any knives or anything sharp?
Perception.
Holy shit, I'm rolling well on anything except, like, alternative attacking methods.
Must be nice.
Dirty 20. Yeah.
Dirty 20. Okay, so these, like, shelving bits, you can see on the right of those two shelves, there's quite an old-looking, but, well, you can't see the blades, like a block of knives, like, 8 knives all, like,
Beautiful.
inside of a nice block.
Beautiful.
Quality they like, but,
I am going to disengage and go 5, 10, 15, 20, hop up here, 25.
Just clamber on the table. You can reach it from not on the table.
I want to be on the table, Alex.
Okay,
At least, if the rats want to attack
okay.
me, I want them to at least have to make a check or something to get up on the fucking table. And I'll just sit there ready to throw some knives next turn.
Okay, sure. So are you going to hold an action?
I had to use my action to disengage because I'm only level 1.
Samir, Carly on bench. Come on,
Guess what I'm gonna do?
you've got this. I believe in you.
Get it.
I don't.
I believe in you.
A 15. Does 15 hit?
It does! A 15
Oh!
hits! You slam down and just swipe, like, scrape sideways across the ground to make sure you hit fucking one of them. Roll damage.
That is 10 damage.
That's good. You smush a good few of them. Like, as you
That's
scrape across, you can see you, like, chop one of them in half with the spikes on your... Actually, I think you got bumps, whatever, with your weapon, and a couple of them are, like, rolled and mashed up as you do it. It's gross. Like, absolutely gross, but
That's
you do
fucking
get a good
great.
few of them. Wonderful. Anything else?
I don't think I can do anything. Can I?
I don't know. I'm not looking at your character sheet.
Well, I mean, I'm a level 1. Probably can't.
Fair enough. In which case, it is Carly with Cromwell next.
It is me, and the question is, do I help out Cromwell or do I save myself? The answer is
Yes.
I take out my crossbow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. In
You
this
had a
size-
crossbow?
Yes.
Feels like a little bit of a tight space for crossbows, but
Yes, but I haven't been using it because they've been right in front of us this entire time. But now there's some which are not right in front of me, and I can fire the one on the stairs.
So I got a natural one.
And crossbows, yes, I know, don't use strength. Hey! So I'm going to try and hit it with my crossbow. When I say hit it with my crossbow, I'm talking about the crossbow bolts. I'm not, in fact, throwing the crossbow at it.
You're clever, but you ain't got smarts.
Oh, that's not bad. Not quite a natural 20, so that's a 21.
It hits.
And that
Ping.
is...
Goes straight into a couple of them and sticks into the stairs.
And that's 4.
Yeah. I think you managed to kill one of them. It, like, pins it straight to the wall. Just one of these rats. And every time, like, one of them dies, obviously this little bit of mist sort of fades down, and this squelchy, goopy ookiness comes out as well. Goopy oopy. Cromwell, Maisie on next up.
Intelligence save, please, from the ones in front of me.
Yes, I can do. Do they still get the D4? They don't, because that was only on the one, isn't it?
No, this is a new thing.
Okay.
New
Well, they
enemy.
all got a 2.
They fail.
They are not intelligent. That may have been fairly obvious.
3 points of psychic damage, silent jab.
Nice.
And that's
Yeah,
it.
they flinch and twitch a little
Yeah,
bit.
and then minus 4 to their next save, basically.
Okay. Okay, so the rats down here, which are looking less than happy, are going to turn to Samir and try to make a bite.
How would you do that? I mean, I can get my dot, but how would you get it to turn into a ruler?
Of all the people for me to
It's
roll a
number
natural
2.
20 on,
oh, fuck off!
of
Really?
all the
Alex.
people to roll a natural 20
Have you
on,
rolled below a 15 on
cannot
any of their
roll.
attacks?
On their attacks? No. Oh, no, yes, I did, because I got a 14 on you.
How do you do
Okay,
it?
in which case, they just absolutely, the ones that are left, as you smush across them, go into this rage mode. You press M and then you press 1. You go into this absolute rage mode and just start attacking and getting at all your toes and your feet.
You press Alt and then you press F4.
You can change what kind of thing as well with 1,
Yeah,
2, and
I got it.
and they're going to do 6 plus. They do 10 damage.
Oh my god!
They absolutely just eviscerate. Like, you can see almost through to the bone on one of your ankles. Like,
Okay, we're very lucky. I'm very
you
grateful, Alex, that you let me recover that health for a short rest. Put it that way.
Right?
Put it that way.
I'd be on 1
these things
HP if
are-
I did.
Oh, and can you make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, good. Yeah.
Aren't paladins immune to disease?
Only at a certain level.
Okay.
I think you've got to get to level 3.
Yeah, and you have to survive with that. Oh my god. 16.
You're fine.
That was
not
very,
enough.
very nearly a 6.
You don't get the same effect as the others, but it fucking hurts. I'll tell you what, it fucking hurts. The rats up by Cromwell are going to make an attack. Oh, that was pretty pathetic. 11.
I'm just thinking, not that long ago, we were fighting half a dozen dragons and a complete army.
Now we're about to die to rats.
literal
Now we've
god,
got
yeah.
3 rats and we nearly
A literal god.
This is the disparity I love. Sorry, was an 11 a hit or a miss? Was it a hit?
Miss.
Was it a miss? Oh yes, of course, because last time we thought it hit, but it didn't. Yeah, they try to get you, but with you attacking them and the crossbow bolt getting them before, they just can't get their bearings and do not. Is Maisie next with Samir on bridge?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna pick up this block of knives.
Yep.
Move over here and try to throw one at the rat there.
Yeah,
And
go for it.
Is that just
You-
like
you pick up the
dagger
knives, and when
stats that I use?
When
there?
you pull out the knives, the first one you pull out, they're all sorts of varying sizes. But when you pull it out, you can tell these are like really nice knives. Like, I mean, like really nice knives.
Interesting.
Cooking knives, maybe a present, maybe something, but they're like sharp as anything and very well taken
Beautiful.
care of. Anyway, you lob it at the stone floor.
What?
Throwing knives, then they're going to, even if they hit them at the floor. I was just being.
Oh,
I mean,
okay, yeah.
there's a difference. Remind me in daggers and like knives. There is a difference between the two. In
No,
I
they're the
swear,
same.
I swear there was a difference. Or either way, it's going to be like the 1d4 stat, just like your knives.
Sure, just knife stats.
Yeah.
Cool.
Casey
and,
knife stats.
I did move. I should be within 20 feet. No. Yeah.
20 feet, indeed.
I'm telling you, attacks work. Everything else does not. 23.
23 is going to hit. You just accurately, you've trained for this moment. You accurately just launch this knife. It's not really balanced for throwing, but you managed to do it anyway, as it just straight across into some of the rats. The ones on the stairs, I assume.
You get quite a bit lucky. And is in contact with Cromwell there, so sneaky.
I don't know if I am, actually. I don't have it open, so I can't check.
Yeah, you are within.
They're within attacking distance of you, so. Not as much that time, 8 damage.
Still decent.
Yeah.
Still decent. Yeah, you get one of these knives just straight through one of them. It's sharp as anything. You see it. You have an appreciation for knives. You see it hit the stone wall, and like the tip of it just bends over. It's not a happy time.
I'm moving back. I moved 10 feet, so then that's 20. I'm just back over here.
Yeah, close enough. You're just standing on top of these boxes now. Lovely. They're a little unstable. Where you're currently standing is okay, but you get the feeling if you wanted to keep clambering over these, you'd probably have to do some like athletic sort of clambering checks, or maybe acrobatic. Depending.
They're the same thing for me, so it does not matter.
Fair enough. Next, after you, Samir with Carly up and waiting.
I'm going to hit them. Well, I say I'm going to hit them.
Gonna smash it.
We'll see if I hit them.
You can do it. Positive waves.
Does a 13 hit?
A 13 does hit, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Smash down again.
Jesus Christ. That's an 8. That's not too bad.
8 damage to the ones in front of you, which are those ones. You do an absolutely perfect shot that just gets the last two of them, squishes them, and there's just this horrible, and I mean disgusting, sound as one of them just like this horrible blood just backwards, like scatters over the ground. They're both completely dead, and they,
Love that for me.
as before, as before, they this black mist sort of comes out of them, collects, moves a little bit, and then just into the ground, and they just are no longer moving.
Wait, say that again, Alex.
They're dead.
We're dead.
After you, Carly.
Then I shall do. This time, obviously at the little retties. Rattus.
Who else?
That's the Rattus.
I shall do the Sacred Flame again. So the clouds gather over the top of the rat and flames dart down.
Okay.
Dexterity 13. However, they have a minus 1d4 on their save, don't they?
Yes.
They do. So they rolled a natural 20 minus a 1 gives them a 19.
They're going to save.
Unfortunately, it doesn't manage to. They swerve around and do not get affected by this. Cromwell, sorry, I did not see you on bench, but it is you next. Maisie, you'll be on next.
Intelligentsia save, please.
3.
If
My
fails-
intelligence saves, I have not rolled above a 10. But no double digits for me on intelligence saves. Everything else is going alright.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Another 3 psychic
So it
damage,
does
please.
bad.
Another 3 psychic damage. Yeah, there's only like 2 of them left at this point. They are struggling for sure, clambering over the dead bodies of their whatever you call them, swarm mates or nest
In that
mates.
case,
Patriots.
for my free item interaction, I will
Okay.
attempt to wash them downstairs by tipping the bucket over.
Okay, you tip this
Beautiful.
bucket and just this like waterfall of water, especially for them, comes down. They're gonna have to do like a strength, which they do not succeed. You just
I don't want
swoosh, they just clatter all the way down the stairs, and probably a little bit extra as the water just goes into. It fills up. I mean, not a ton, but I kind of like the idea of it filling up with water now. It fills up a little bit with water in the area as they land just over here. They take a damage.
A damage.
A damage, and look extremely disoriented. They have no idea what just happened.
Oh no.
End of your turn?
Oh no.
Yes, end of
You're
my
gonna
turn.
kill Kale.
In which case it is their turn. Yeah, in disoriented state, they'll just attack whatever's nearest. So they're going to attack Kale, which is going to be a 10 to hit. I don't think that does hit.
Does not hit.
No,
Plate armor
clambering,
finally does
stretching,
something.
trying to get at your ankles, but no, nothing. Maisie with Samir up next.
I'll hop down
Okay, you clamber down
and
Got 12 feet of
throw
movement or so.
throw another knife.
Yep, that means
We'll
you've
use a
got,
different
like,
die this time to see
7
if it's
remaining.
me or that
Roll the
die.
dice.
It's me. I think. 15 to hit.
15 hits.
Let's go. And they are within attacking range of Kale,
Yes.
right? So, cool.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
quite
baby.
That jingling noise of the dice.
I love it. I love it so much. 8 plus 3, 11.
Ooh,
Okay,
gosh.
what does it look like as you annihilate this last little swarm of rats with a knife? There's only a couple of them left.
She pulls out like a long serrated like bread cutting knife and just
Yeah.
tosses it through both of their midsections. And
Where are you
Things we
keeping these knives?
I got a knife block.
She picked up a
Yeah.
knife block from the.
Oh, like an entire block. Oh, right.
Yeah, so I'm walking around going.
It just goes. It like this perfect shot. It like bounces off the ground, skims, and just goes straight through both of their midsection, just straight into the wall.
No, no, it's
doesn't
the barrel.
really, like,
In the barrel, yeah.
Doesn't really
Seems
like,
the side of the
hold-
barrel.
Listen,
doesn't really hold properly to the wall, but it goes down to the ground. They're both like skewered onto this knife though. Just,
I must say,
not
instead
moving.
of
This
instead of
black-
skewering two with one knife, I had in my mind, like, you know, when someone who's great at bowling gets like a 7-10 split and they manage to like
Yeah.
they're both unmoving. This black ooze just squidging out of them, and then this collection of black mist, again collects together, moves a little bit, and just into the ground. And it just moves to silence. You can't hear any scratching. You can't hear anything.
Is there any fabric, like not like cloth napkins or something laying?
Yeah,
down
there's
here?
some cloth napkins you can wipe with. It's kind of hard to wipe. Like the napkin kind of gets stuck to it. It's all gloopy and horrid.
Like tar.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
wipe some of that off and then also like tie off wherever they bit me.
Yeah, you can tell it's very sore. And yeah, you're just left with not much. What are your
I was gonna say
passive perceptions?
I was gonna have a look at where that smoke was going
12.
through the floor. 13.
11.
Do you say passive?
Yeah.
Passive. Yeah.
11.
The smoke, you have a look at where the smoke that didn't go through the floor in any individual spots. The floor is like cobblestone, so there's like a, it's not really cement or whatever they use in the old days, between the rocks. There doesn't seem to be like gaps. There's nothing particularly porous. It just seemed to just sort of disappear into the ground.
I'm sure nothing will come of that.
You should probably tell someone about that. That's not normal. At least I don't think it is. Should ask Neva.
I'm going to investigate the floor area, see if there's any sort of hatch or anything that could open that would explain the likelihood that anything below this.
Roll an investigation.
I will do that.
On just
I'm
the
gonna-
floor or just everything generally?
Everything. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere that
Sure.
we can go to from this room apart from up the stairs.
I'm
I'll
going to
have to
start directing
investigate.
my mage hand to put rat bodies into the bucket.
Okay, yeah, you're just collecting them all up and
I'm gonna
they all
investigate
land
under
this-
the tables over here.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess I'll also investigate.
So I
What do
did
you-
a 16.
A
Investigate.
16.
18.
We'll start with under the tables with an 18. You won't need to do it as well, Samika. You can just ride on that 18. You can see under the tables, there's a couple of these like holes. It's very dark. I mean, you have dark vision up to 300 feet, but like you can kind of see it goes back between like walls and then into like some dirt, and you can't really follow where that hole disappears into. It kind of just sort of goes. You get the feeling it goes down though a little further, but then it's rats not digging through whatever. There's no like residue of like cement dust or anything. Whatever they did, they cleaned up evidently somehow. So that's basically what you can see with those sorts of what's under the table. With the 16 from Yale, as you are investigating around, looking behind this, behind that, behind this, there's not a lot. I mean, there's little cracks here and there. Not that they are particularly interesting, but as you're moving around, looking over at the barrel and under and over the barrel, you step back and you accidentally knock the painting. It sort of just tilts ever so slightly, and you can see there's a little gap behind. You can't really see what the gap is, but you can see that the painting was covering over like a hole in the wall of some kind.
Well,
But it's still-
I was going to comment Chekhov's painting of a woman looking over her shoulder when that happened, and I didn't because I was like, "Oh, it'll be nothing."
So I shall move the picture to one side then.
Yeah, you pick up the picture, just a picture, nothing special, but behind it you can see a sort of a recess into the wall, and there is a little safe integrated into the wall, maybe large enough for a few books, made of a sort of a strong metal. You get the feeling if it had a really hard hit, it might open, but you'd be risking, breaking whatever you're hitting it with. But it's just a little like dialy combination twizzly knot. What you call it? Lock.
Are we just? You're just going to break into some guy's
No,
stuff?
this is his. Well, I'm going to ask him about it first. Presumably, it's his safe.
Samir,
We're
you
here
want to help me
to-
with these crates over here? See if there's anything behind.
I'll have a look. Yeah, let's have a look.
While they do that, I'm going to limp upstairs. My
Sure.
ankle hurts. And
Samir, you'd also be limping. You'd be in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got 2 HP, so am I.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
So do I. I've got 2 HP.
I'm going to be swearing in Agnes under my breath. And won't go up the stairs. And,
Maisie just looks at you like, what the fuck?
when I get to the top of the stairs, I'm gonna. If the old chap is sitting there somewhere.
You can't see him currently. He's not in the kitchen.
Hello. Hello, you're there somewhere. Hello.
You hear a little bit of a chair, and then as he's just like shuffling along from somewhere.
I'll move towards.
You don't see him straight away.
I'm going to move in the direction I hear the shuffling coming from.
Made a terrible mistake going by yourself, Mark.
Yeah.
You
He's going to turn out to be a rat king.
Wanders over, and from obviously from the front, he may have been sitting behind the counter or something. He's like, "Oh, hello. Are you okay down there?"
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yes, we seem to have dealt with the. Well, they were sort of rats, I suppose. They were sort of black and
wonderful.
A quick question. I mean, you can see where they seem to go underneath your shop, as far as I can see. So we haven't yet managed to work out. Do you know of any way of getting underneath the floor of the basement at all?
I am not aware of any sub-basement of any kind. Just my basement.
Well, if I was you, I'd at the very least get the holes filled up, because it looked to us like something was going through the floor. And we came across as a little safe in the wall. I presume that's yours behind these.
This is my safe, yes.
Yes, fine.
Has my valuables in it.
Yes, that's
For all 5 gold.
But you'll be happy to know it's you're happy to know it's still intact. That's okay. That was it, really. Just thought I'd check on whether or not there's some way we don't know of to get below. If not, then we seem to have dealt with it. My friends are putting all the bodies into a bucket. I think you should destroy those if I were you. But for the moment, you sit here and rest. We'll be back in a second. I'll go and tell them that there's either you don't know anything about sub-basements or anything. So I'll head back downstairs again.
Meanwhile, we're trying to move a bunch of crates.
Can I, Alex, while the mage hand is putting bodies in bucket, can I take a look at the safe? Does it look like it is just the front panel of the safe that has been set into a hole, or does it look like it is a box that has been placed in?
It looks like a box has been placed, like a recess has been made in the cobblestones, like it's been sort of not made in that square, and then kind of like a shelf, and then basically perfectly fitting safe has been like slotted into it.
Okay, and if I give it just like a little tap, does it sound basically? Does it seem like the material is thin enough that the rats could have gotten into the safe, or does it seem pretty substantial?
I mean, all you can get from it is it just kind of a thunk 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 noise. Probably metal. Seems hefty. Like you don't think you'd be able to move it on your own.
And okay, so and harder than the kind of the stone that they've been going through.
And presumably, if there were rats in there, you'd be able to hit them.
Well, I'm just wondering if there was anything in there that they've taken out.
Anything sus in this baker's basement?
Well, we could ask if you're worried. We can ask you to open it up and just stay back out of the way. And if anything's in there, we can. Do you think that's worth it, just in case?
Just tell them that, you know.
Well, I'll go and ask.
They were around his safe, so.
I'll go and ask him what he wants to do about it. I'll be a minute. Get back up the stairs again.
He's like halfway across the kitchen already to get back to the.
Wow, moving quickly.
I'll head to him this time. I'm not going to say anything until I get there, because otherwise he'll just turn around and start shuffling back again. Excuse me, we just I've been talking to my friends downstairs, and they were just saying the rats, whatever they were, sort of rat-like things, were quite close to your safe, and we were worried that if anything had got inside there, obviously we don't want to tamper with it, but if anything's inside there, we don't want you to be on your own or open the safe up and something.
You think the rats were trying to rob me?
Possibly, or they might just have got inside there to see if there's any food. But point is, we don't want you to open it up and find there's something nasty in there, and we're not here to help. Okay. So I was thinking, perhaps I don't know if you want to. It's up to you, of course. But if you're allowed to open it, we'll stand back, and then if anything's in there,
I can come and open the safe.
I'll go back down and help them tidy up.
He shuffles over and slowly clambers onto the stairs and does like one step at a time, very like.
I'm in front of him going down the stairs, probably not much faster.
Slowly.
Are you guys okay? You all seem to be struggling.
I got bitten by. I mean, yeah, my leg's a bit sore as all.
I am not in good shape.
It takes a couple minutes. Halfway down, he shuffles around on the step and sees this broken and bent knife on the shelf and picks it up and just looks at it. He's like, oh. And then just, while still holding it, continues down the stairs.
I will, dancing lights, I will put the jellyfish out in their multicoloredness to light his way, as he said that there is no light down here.
That's true.
And eventually he gets down to the bottom, just like, places this knife down on, like just the side on one of these crates and boxes, tables, anything. Goes over to the safe and staring at it, he pulls out of his pocket like a big thick pair of glasses. It's like, above him as well because he's so crouched over. All right, starts twisting it very slowly. Just a 3-number combination. And then turns the handle.
You really shouldn't have 1, 2, 3 as your combination.
I mean, are you trying to see the combination?
No.
No? Anyone?
Maisie?
Well, she probably would if they weren't busy moving boxes at the moment.
Yeah, I just assume that I'm too short to be able to see it.
There's a safe. Opens it up, and you can see there's not a lot in there. There's a couple bags of, you presume, like they're coin purse-like bags. You can see a couple of like pieces of jewelry and gemstones. It looks like there's a fair amount in there. And he looks at it, he's like, I don't think there are any rats in here.
Oh, that's good news. Okay, well, by all means, lock it up again. And as long as you're happy that we'll show him. I'll show him the bucket of dead rats. These are the little devils that were causing the trouble.
Not good.
Yes.
He reaches back into the safe, pulls out one of these bags of gold, and opens it. Just takes out 5 gold pieces, which barely makes a dent in the whole bag. Puts the whole bag back, and then just hands it over to you. Thank you.
You're very kind. Thank you. By the way,
the safe again.
There are the holes. There, and there. I think we should get them sealed up. Make sure it's
do that.
Slightly better than stone because they seem to have drilled through the stone quite well. So perhaps somebody with a bit of magic might be able to handle it or something. I don't know. I'll leave that to you to sort out. I'll take the gold pieces over to Cromwell. Here you go, Cromwell. Ooh,
I think he said thank you. It's just very cool.
I did.
Right. Well, we'll leave you to it then. I wouldn't mind having a bit of a sit down, actually.
We're still moving the boxes that we found.
A sandwich.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
I'm okay, thank you. I don't want to eat anything that. I mean, not saying this out loud, but I do not want to eat anything that has been
not
stored
in rat
in this place.
No way.
Yeah,
no.
The place that smells like rat piss and shit.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's going to take about half an hour for him to make a sandwich as well.
Yeah,
that would be lovely, but we've already eaten, so
we've got.
Perhaps we'll pop back one of the days.
To.
Yeah, we might pop back one of the days.
You're welcome to come back, and I will make you some food.
Are you going to need to employ someone to help you clean this up?
Oh my god, do you want to come back here?
He looks over at the big barrel full, and he just pauses a second and says, I could use the assistance removing this barrel of dead rats, yes.
Okay, I can clean this entire basement for you and dispose of the rats for 15 gold. And I can do that all in the next 10 minutes.
15 gold is too much. I will get a cleaning service instead.
Okay, and how much would you pay them?
For the cleaning, the kind cleaning of the basement, 3 gold.
Okay, I can do it now for you for 4 gold.
He ponders for a second.
Instantly gone down in price.
I mean,
you drive a hard bargain.
If he was really concerned about the speed at which things were done.
He ponders for a second and says, I do like for things to be done quickly. So, yes, I will.
Okay. I will, I mean, I can probably do it quick enough with you guys just stood here because this isn't a very big place. I will literally just start walking around and every 6 seconds move to a different space and just press to digitate clean 5 foot square at a time. And then once that's done, after like a couple of minutes,
it takes you like 2 minutes, and then obviously there's the barrel still left. You have cleaned the entire basement by the time he's got to the top of the stairs.
Yeah, and I will mage hand the bucket of.
How much can a mage hand carry?
It's £10.
I don't do.
So basically, if it weighs the same or less than the water did, I can carry it.
That's what I'm thinking. That's 4.5 kilograms. There was a lot of rats. I mean, each of those swarms was like 4 or 5. It was like 15 to 20, 15 to 18 rats. I don't know. And they're bigger than average rats, so it's pushing it. I imagine you can do it, but it's like dragging it up the stairs rather than just like lifting it straight up.
I mean, I'll take a couple out and put them in my coat pockets, and then put them back in once they're back up.
No. When you get close to it and like pick it up, it smells so bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
I mean, some of them are like mushed. Yes.
Did we ever find anything behind all the crates that we removed?
Yeah.
Oh, true. Give me another investigation behind your crates that you're just randomly moving. What are you looking for in particular? Like, what sort of thing are you looking for?
If there's any, like, we know that they're going down. Maybe there's like a hidden hatch back there that's just been covered for years. I don't know.
A hidden hatch back? I'm not sure you'll find like a Vauxhall Corsa back there.
And Samira was helping me.
Imagine though. Imagine.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So can I do it with advantage, or should we roll separately?
I mean, you decide whether Samir rolls or you take advantage.
I'll twice. 16?
16. Yeah, you don't have to move everything to be able to see fairly clearly. There's nothing special back there. It's just a load of stacked up crates.
Well,
all those crates for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you move them all, find nothing. Like,
we should probably go to the nurse.
Yeah. Well, actually. 1 second.
So, meanwhile, while you're doing that, you drag this barrel of rats up the stairs. What are you going to do with it once you're at the top?
I'm just going to take it outside of his shop and then walk back in.
Okay.
I'll just leave it on the side until we go back out.
Okay, so you just leave it outside, sure.
Yeah, I'll take it with me when we go.
And then when you get back inside, he's halfway across the kitchen, and you meet him halfway. He's like, "Oh, have you removed the rats?"
Yeah, rats are gone. Basement's clean. 4 gold, please.
Wonderful. I will get that now. And he goes through the kitchen towards the counter, like through the door. Shuffle, 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 shuffle.
Yeah, I'll just go with him.
Yeah, a couple minutes later.
I'm going to use lay on hands.
You're going to scratch your microphone.
Sorry, I'm going to scratch my microphone and I'm going to use lay on hands. And I can do it 5 times.
Okay.
Because it's per action.
It's
you can
1
do it 5
HP.
times on yourself?
You can split it out into 1 HP if you wanted to do it 5 times, but you can just do it
all
once.
I see.
Yeah, they set it up weird on yours because I guess it's only 5 right now. It'll turn into numbers as you level up.
Okay, in which case I'll just use myself.
Okay, so you
Dude.
That heals you of like disease and stuff as well.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It does, so I don't have any diseases, so that's fine.
I do.
True.
Yeah, both of us
Well,
do.
you didn't tell me that.
We don't know. We just feel like
Know
garbage.
that you are diseased.
To be fair, to be fair to Samir, he's probably like basically about to faint. Like he's not thinking straight. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I suppose we don't know that you're diseased. You're just bitten by dirty creatures.
And got black lines on our legs instantly.
He gets to the counter, opens up a drawer, has a little key that he opens up the drawer, pulls a little bag, pulls out 4 gold pieces, closes it again, and hands over those 4 gold pieces. So you've made a net gain of 9 gold pieces.
Excellent.
Thank you once again for your assistance.
You're welcome. And then I'll just wait for the others by the front door.
Sure. The rest of you clambering up.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, limping up. Yeah.
Okay. You get up the stairs, through the kitchen. As you walk past, he's thank you once again. As he sort of waves you off as you go to the front of the shop. And yes, you're back at the entrance with a barrel at the front. When you get to the front, this barrel, it seems as though it's turning less rat and more goop over time, over a short time.
Oh dear.
As you've left it.
Has he left us now and we're just stood outside?
He stayed inside behind the counter. Yeah.
And are we all now back outside?
Yes.
Cool. I have a plan for these. One plan, multiple options. If you guys
is one of the options just leaving it.
That would be the backup plan.
That's the backup plan.
No, that is the backup plan.
What's the front plan?
We could put these somewhere that someone that we don't like might find them.
I like that plan.
The less time I have to be around this stuff, the better. To be honest, I'd rather just leave it on the side.
Alternatively, we could put them somewhere that we do like. We'll find them who will find it funny.
I don't know anybody who'd find it funny to find decomposed rats in a bucket.
Potentially, like the weird grey mist stuff might come back.
I say we put it outside the door of those people who were rude to us this morning, and then
that'll make them like us more.
Knock on the door, and then run before they get there. And then sorted.
Why knock on the door? Like they'll come out eventually.
That's true. They will come out eventually.
Somebody might find it and clean it up though before that.
I'm not entirely sure about this.
Do we have cleaners in the halls?
Can we just leave it? Yeah.
We can if you want to.
It's up to you. That's what I would do, but...
Okay, well, we will leave the barrel.
Cool.
Okay, so you will walk off, leaving this barrel behind?
Yeah, I mean, I'll kind of mage hand, like, carry it, like, off to... If there's, like, an alley or something, I'll just put it there, but...
Okay, so you drag it round to the next nearest alley, just put it down and just leave it alongside some of the barrels.
I was going to say, we're looking for somewhere where there must be sort of piles...
there's other barrels around.
Rubbish barrels rather than sort of...
there aren't really any, like, collections of rubbish in the way that you're thinking.
No, let's put rubbish somewhere.
You'd presume, but not down these alleyways.
Fair enough. Well, actually, Cromwell, you live in this city, don't you? I know you've been here.
We all live here. Don't we?
Yeah, but who was it? Somebody. Who was it? Comes from here? Oh, it was Daisy.
Yeah, I live in Courtesy normally.
Daisy. Daisy.
Maisie. What's her name? Gail. That's the one.
Completely different woman's name.
It has AI in the middle, so therefore it's pretty much.
Yeah, I live in Courtesy normally, but I'm not sure that we could get one of their like cleaning services.
No, that wasn't what I meant. I mean, what's the procedure for when you want to get rid of rubbish around?
I guess when I was a cleaner, Alex, I would have just gone to like whatever the large bin was at the school, and someone else would have taken care of it from there, wouldn't I?
Yeah,
I suppose I wouldn't really know.
It depends, but there are rubbish collections and things, kind of like individual houses, rather than big bin collections. But it depends on where you are.
Yeah, so someone who kind of manages this mall will take care of it. It won't be the strangest thing they've
Are you saying? Did you say the rats all turned into mush?
No, they were starting to turn gooey.
They were starting to get more goopy. By the time you've got out of the mall, round to an alleyway, to put it down that alleyway, when you look in, it now looks more like some goopy liquid that has some like rat heads floating in it.
So there's no like just whole dead rats left.
I mean there may be, but you'd have to like dig to find.
They're gross. We get it.
You go ahead and dig if you want to.
No, I was gonna. If they were whole rats still, I was gonna try to sleight of hand one.
You can dig if you want to, but your friends will leave you behind.
I've got my hands in my pockets in my coat, Alex. Have the rats that I put in there also turned to goop?
Were they in a pocket?
Yes, remember I said I put a couple of them
Why
in my
did you
pocket so
do
that it
that?
was
To
not
lighten
as
the
heavy in the
load.
barrel.
Why?
So, two things. One, going back to Maisie, you could definitely sleight of hand like what is left of one of the rats.
No, but like if they're not, it's not a whole dead rat. It's not going to have the same effect if I hang it above their door.
Oh, obviously. In your pocket, you reach in, and like the first thing you contact with is like the sort of head of a dead rat. But then a little bit further down, it's like a like melted sweets in your pocket, and you pull your hand out, and there's just like fingertips of goopy grossness.
No.
So I'll keep my hands in my pocket and just feel that is the case. But I will then just keep my hands in my pockets so that the others don't see.
Yeah.
Can't you just couldn't you prestidigitate away?
I don't think
Yes,
he
I
wants
could.
to.
I could.
I guess you
But
don't.
you don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that's happening.
No,
Put
I
it in
don't.
my pocket.
So you leave down from this alleyway, this goopy mess in there. As you get to the end of the alleyway, you will walk off. Smear, you get a little tingle in the back of your head.
What? Why? Don't get it.
And as you go further and further away from this alleyway, your tingle gets stronger and stronger.
It's Peter
Jingle?
Tingle.
Yeah, it's just Peter Jingle.
Right. Okay, guys. I'll see you in a sec.
Right?
Where you going?
You want to get back in and rest?
No, I've got something else I need to do.
You ever want to tell us what's up?
Okay. Do
We're
you want to
here to listen.
do you need a hand at all?
No, I'm good, thank you.
If you're sure.
Very sure.
Okay, then well, I'll see you back at the door. Which I need to do a bit of a lie down.
Okay. So the three of you wander off. Samir, what's Samir doing?
Limp off.
A limp off.
I'll go back to the alleyway
Mm-hmm.
and find somewhere else that I can dispose of the.
So you drag this barrel. It's like a good 10-15 minutes of wandering around until eventually you find a section of the city that does seem to have like, like larger rubbish areas, and you can lift the barrel fairly easily with your higher strength just into one of these big containers. Just dump it, and it's just. But like at this point, it is just like a goopy liquid. It's horrid, like it's just awful smelling. And as you walk away this time, there is no tingle.
Hope you're happy, Dad.
And as you all wander back towards the accommodation / wherever you plan on going to try and not be in so much pain, we will end up the session.
Can I do what I was going to do with them?
No, we ended the session.
Oh man, I've got to remember it for next time.
No, what do you want to do?
I was just going to the handles to get in. Are they handles or are they door knobs?
You're going to have to say where handles to get in where.
Front doors of the flats.
The apartments, they are doorknobs.
Okay.
Globes.
So I will empty out my pockets once the others have gone in.
I'm staying behind. I feel like I know that you.
Okay. So I will take out the rat heads and I will.
By the time you get back, it's been 15 minutes. You have goop in your pockets. There are no heads anymore.
Okay. In that case, I will empty out all the goop onto the floor in front of the door, and then I will.
There's a residue in your pocket, obviously, like you mentioned, treacle, but you do manage to sort of like.
And then I will conjure my mage hand to wipe itself through the goop, and then up higher than I can reach with myself at the top of their door, I will write in scrawling text using the tentacle "hi" with an exclamation mark, and then the hand will kind of slather the rest of the goop around the door frame, and then I will walk away, prestidigitating all of my clothes. So that I am clean.
Sure. You prestidigitate yourself, and I make notes.
Incredible.
Because you said that you I think we've established already that there are no like peepholes in these doors, so they can't have seen me do it.
Yeah. They could have smelled you doing it, I'm sure.
walk away assured that they have not seen me.
As
Because
far
they
as
can't
you
have.
know, and that is where we will end that session. It has been wonderful fun. I think that was fairly successful. You did a fight.
And nearly
Yeah.
died.
Well,
I think
rats.
a fight did us.
I got bitten and it nearly killed me.
I can't believe how bad you guys are at fighting. I'm on full health.
Get out of here.
That's because as soon as the rats went for you, everybody else started shooting at them.
Yeah, it was great.
I enjoyed grabbing a block of knives to throw it.
That was good. Yes, it was good.
To be honest, that's kind of relatable content. So.
As the rats, like the final scene is just the rats goop just sort of sliding down that door, like dripping ever so slightly. We give some awkward waves.
And we
Goodbye,
level up.
everybody. There is no level up today.
Curses.
There
We'll
will
try.
never be a level up.
There's never a level up. We're just
We're milestone this
Never
campaign,
level.
right?
You never level. You never level. Bye.
Goodbye.